A battle in the heart of Alabama caught our attention. Coal miners in one community, they've been on strike now for months.
Working as long as 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, in some of the most dangerous conditions.
I really think that the labor movement is the single greatest force for democracy in the history of the United States.
The story of Alabama is a story of not just resilience, but of militancy.
I said no contract, you said no code, no contract, no contract.
If we ain't all free, ain't none of us free.
You're listening to Alabama's only union talk radio show, The Valley Labor Report, with Adam Keller and Jacob Morrison.
Hello, Tennessee Valley. This is the Valley Labor Report. And no, your ears are not, in fact, playing tricks on you. This is not your usual host, Jacob Morrison. This is instead the off-brand, knockoff, Wish/Temu version of Jacob Morrison. This is Joe Harrison, the editor and graphic designer who spends most of his time behind the camera. Actually, in fact, all of his time, up until now. But today is special because this is a special pre-taped episode, broadcasting online and on the radio from Huntsville, Alabama. Today, we bring you a brand new interview with a worker from Amazon in Kentucky who is fighting to unionize the company's largest air hub, reporting over 1,000 cards already signed. We also take our first look back at some of the big stories of the year and some of the connecting threads. All of that and more on today's Valley Labor Report. If you want to be part of the program, that is very unfortunate because nobody will be able to answer the phone if you call. However, we would still love to hear from you, so we encourage you to send us a text or leave us a voicemail, and we will respond on our next live show, which will be January 6th, which is a date that seems significant somehow, but I just can't place why. That number is 844-899-TVLR. That's 844-899-8857. If you haven't gotten enough of the show by the time we wrap up here on the radio, or if you just want to see what we're up to throughout the week, then you can find us anywhere you find anything online. We're on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, and wherever you get your podcasts, all at the Valley Labor Report. We've also got a website where you can see some of our written work, tvlr.fm. If you'd like to subscribe to our newsletter so you get Boss Watch and Last Week in Southern Labor in your email inbox every single week, you can send us a note at tvlr.fm/contact. Just a reminder, your support keeps us on the air. Our largest single source of funding comes directly from our listeners. So if you want to make a one-time or monthly recurring donation, go to tvlr.fm/donate and help us keep doing what we're doing. If you're more comfortable with Patreon, we do have that as well. You can go to patreon.com/The Valley Labor Report and sign up there. We do also have a small fundraiser going through the new year at tvlr.fm/postage. So if you'd like to make an extra donation in the Christmas spirit, you can go there. Basically, we've got big plans for 2024, and we want to really expand and grow this, or I should say continue to grow the Valley Labor Report so that we can reach more people, more workers, build new relationships, make new connections, and help bring you all the most relevant news. And part of that is going to be, quite frankly, a lot of letter writing. So we want to raise $1,000 to pay for that campaign and our printing and postage costs and all of that. So if that's something you can do to help support us, we would be very appreciative of any help. If you are a member of a union, then please do think about getting your local or international or both to sponsor the show. We couldn't do it without our union sponsors, and we really appreciate their support, and we'd love to have more. Also, let me add a disclaimer that any viewpoints or opinions expressed in this program belong solely to their authors and do not necessarily represent any organization or sponsor. We welcome all of our listeners, whether you're on YouTube, Facebook, Unclaimed Mysteries Internet Radio, WVNN, WZZA, WHIV, or through your favorite podcast app. We are also very proud to be part of the Labor Radio Podcast Network, so we encourage our listeners to check that out if you haven't already. So we want to thank everybody for tuning in, whether you're a loyal fan or a first-time listener. We absolutely appreciate you spending some time with us as we head into the holiday. So with all of that said, we've got some great stuff for you today, as I said at the top. First up, we're taking a look at a lost union election in Auburn, Alabama, and some politicians' reactions that illustrate their contempt for working folks. Not that you should need any more convincing of that by now, but hey. After that, we're replaying an interview with an AFGE union member from the Social Security Agency that feels extremely timely, as right-wing forces in Congress are once again attempting to lay the groundwork for destruction of Social Security, as they do. So, let's dive right in.
Here's another Alabama labor story that is, it's going to break your heart. It's going to break your heart. GE workers in Auburn who filed their petition to unionize with the IUE-CWA last month withdrew their petition last week, meaning they will not be moving forward with an election at that plant. AL.com says it's the second time in 5 years that workers have withdrawn a union petition at the Auburn facility. This comes after 2 workers were fired, at least 2, minimum 2 workers were fired for their union support, one of whom was pregnant. They filed unfair labor practice charges with the NLRB for illegal retaliation. They have to rely on federal protections because, like I said, Alabama does not have any protections like that. They don't have any protections for pregnant workers. Democrat State Representative Neil Rafferty attempted to get a Pregnant Workers Fairness Act passed last year, and it was shot down by the Republican committee, who ostensibly care about women and pregnant people and fetuses. But like Adam said, they care about bosses more. This withdrawal of the petition also comes after the mayors of Auburn and Opelika wrote an op-ed in a local paper opposing the unionization effort with some of the most tired nonsense tropes about unions, and it's so bad that I wanted to share some of it with you. In their joint letter, they say that they reckon workers are not often unionized today because they, quote, realize that companies they work for pay fairly and treat their employees with respect.
Oh, that's so cute.
Oh man. That is pretty wild. Remember earlier we spoke about CEO to worker pay ratios. According to GE's public records, GE is the company that these workers were trying to unionize at, their CEO to worker pay ratio in 2020 was 1,357 to 1.
Efficiency.
Yeah. Remember also that they just fired a pregnant woman because of her opinion. At this GE plant in Auburn, they fired a pregnant woman because of her opinion, because she supported unionization. Where are the free speech warriors? Where are the defenders of parents? Where are the defenders of mothers? They're nowhere to be found here because of course it's all theater. It's all theater, and it's all theater in service of the boss. Of course, workers are not paid fairly. We're barely scraping by while our betters, who, let's remember, barely even take the time to be in the same room, hell, even the same state as us. We're barely scraping by while our betters make out like bandits off of the value that we create. Of course, most workers aren't treated with respect. They're treated like a number, at best. And they preface all of this with, I believe. I believe this is the case. I believe this to be the case. And this, I think, with the rest of the article and how out of touch it is, just really makes me think that they did not talk to a single worker in this plant about their feelings before running their op-eds. But of course, why would somebody like them talk to one of the little people, right? Why would a mayor of Auburn, why would the mayor want to talk to just a measly worker? They end the op-ed by saying, quote, "It would be a shame for a union to try to dictate how the company operates in this ultra-competitive environment." And I want folks listening to understand that this statement is laced with contempt for you. This statement is laced with disgust for normal people. Because what are they saying here? They're saying that it would be bad for the people doing the work, which is who the union would be, right? If they formed one there, the people doing the work would be who the union is made up of. It would be a shame for the people doing the work to have a say. It would be a shame. They want you to put your head down. They don't want you to talk back. Just do what you're told, accept the lashes. The important people in New York and D.C. and in Montgomery, they know better than you backwards hicks, so just do what you're told and run along. I mean, that's what they're saying here explicitly. That's explicitly what they're saying here. And so they got what they want for now. But hopefully at some time in the future, these folks are going to be able to find the courage to fight back. Because I think that they deserve a say. I do think that they ought to have some control over the place where they spend the majority of their waking lives. I don't think that would be a shame, actually. I don't actually think it would be a shame if people had some amount of say over where they spend the majority of their waking lives. I think that would be the bare minimum. But fancy boys like Ron Anders and Gary Fuller, the mayors of Opelika and Auburn, Alabama, they think that would be a shame. And that's who they are. Angela DiGeronimo. She is a claims specialist for the Social Security Administration at a field office in New Jersey, if I remember correctly. She is also regional vice president for the AFGE Council 220, which is the council of Social Security field offices. And she's also president for her local union. Angela, thanks for joining us on the Valley Labor Report this morning.
Thank you so much for having me. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning. And what local number are you out of?
Local 2369.
2369. Well, appreciate you taking the time to talk to us this morning. And let's just start off with some basic background information for folks at the top here. What services and programs does the Social Security Administration administer?
Well, the Social Security Administration provides services for the most vulnerable among our population. So that is the elderly and the disabled. We administer retirement, survivors, Medicare, and disability benefits. We administer two programs that a lot of people don't really understand and differentiate. There is Social Security programs where the worker has paid into it throughout their work lives through FICA taxes, and there's also SSI. We administer that as well. SSI is a needs-based program for people whose Social Security benefits may be too low or who are not insured for Social Security. So that is for people who are disabled and for aged people age 65 or older.
And what are some of the practical things that being able to receive these payments provide these Americans, the elderly and the disabled and the like?
Okay, so our programs basically are the number one reason why elderly and disabled individuals are kept out of poverty. Right, so they have this monthly benefit that they could count on, that they use for housing, for food, for clothing, etc. So, like I said, with Social Security, workers have paid into the program, and now they are getting a pension from it. The SSI, again, needs-based. So, when you're at your most vulnerable, when you get to the point where you're retiring, you worked your entire life, you now have a pension. A lot of workers don't have the luxury of earning at a level where they pay into a private pension fund. Some do, and that's in addition to their Social Security potentially, but most do not. So it basically keeps people people out of poverty. It is an excellent program, and in the history of our country, probably the most effective.
I definitely agree. I think it was, if you look at actually how many people were in poverty before Social Security came about, how many elderly people were in poverty, I mean, the difference between elder poverty today and before Social Security is really staggering. That's some homework for people. I would encourage you to look that up. How many folks would you say are receiving some form of Social Security payment now?
Right now in 2021, there are 69.8 million individuals receiving benefits.
And how many folks were on Social Security in some form of Social Security payment in 2010?
That was 59.2 million.
And so, if I'm remembering right, there was an AFGE article about this, and that's basically like 20% more. There are 20% more people receiving Social Security payments between since 2010. From 2010 to now, we've got 20% more people than were on it previously. And so, presumably, Angela, and I'm sure that this is the case. The Social Security Administration has received commensurate funding increases to ensure that Americans who rely on these payments are able to get them in a timely fashion, and that the workers at this administration are able to do that and provide for the American people in a timely fashion, right?
Congress does provide through budget for the administering of these programs. We have not been funded adequately, I would say probably in the last decade.
And have there been actual funding cuts, or have we just been seeing stagnant funding since 2010?
Well, it's been stagnant, and at times, based on inflation, but it actually has been cut. So we're seeing a declining of funding for administrating the program, while we're seeing an increase in beneficiaries that are receiving benefits and are applying for benefits. So the ratio is, we're currently at a staffing deficit of approximately 13%, while we have seen an increase of 21% in beneficiaries.
And this is saying here from AFGE's website that the budget for processing Social Security claims has actually gone down by 14% since 2010. And
Right.
I'm assuming that that's like accounting for inflation and stuff. While at the same time, like you said, 20% more beneficiaries, but the budget for administering all this has gone down by 14%. And so, what does that mean both for the workers and for the people receiving these benefits?
Well, to put it in kind of simpler terms, right? We have approximately 10 million more people that we are serving their benefits, with 4,000 fewer employees. I used to say at a certain point that we were being asked, each employee was being asked to do the work of two. I would not be exaggerating if I were to say right now that each employee is being asked to do the work of 10. We're seeing things like employees are being assigned double appointments, sometimes triple appointments at the same exact time. I don't know how that is possible to interview 2 or 3 people all at one time. It's impossible, right? While at the same time it's not just that interview with the individual, that contact with the individual, the member of the public. There's also back end work that needs to be done. We need to adjudicate the claims. We need to process them, to put it in a more simple term. With disability, we also need to send these disability. We're not medical professionals. We don't make medical determinations, the employees at the Social Security Administration. We send them off to a state agency that makes the disability determination, the medical determination. So we need to fund that as well, and we haven't been funding those. We also have post-entitlement actions that need to be taken. We also have the Social Security Administration, which is the administrative all of these things used to be broken up amongst many employees for even just one claim. But now we're being asked to do the full range while also answering incoming calls and taking care of incoming people without appointments in the office. So it makes it very difficult. Without funding, there are different ways to starve a program, right? You can cut the benefits itself, or you can starve the funding to administer those programs. So that's basically where Congress needs to really pay attention and realize that they need to bring us to the levels of funding that we need.
Right, right, and all of this, all this extra work that's being piled on to workers at the Social Security Administration. This means that the recipients are having to wait longer before their benefits can be administered. And I think if I remember reading an article that most people, when they first apply for disability insurance, they're denied. And so that process used to take something like 3 months, and now it's taking 7 months just to get through that first denial, and then they have to apply again because for some reason that just seems to be the way that the system works. And all of this time, you're looking at 6 months to a year where people are not able to, that they're not having any support.
That is correct. And, again, the initial stage, you take the claim, as far as a claim specialist like myself, you take the claim, you send it to the state agency for a determination. They're underfunded, so they don't have adequate staffing. So that it holds up the process there. Then it comes back to us at the office, depending on what that determination is. We do what we need to do. If it's denied, the person gets the notice of denial. They're able to ask for a reconsideration. They might be denied at that second level. And again, all of this takes time because of the short staffing situation. And then if they are denied at that level, they're going to need to ask for a hearing if they want to continue to pursue it. They're going to ask for a hearing. Now, this is a hearing with our administrative law judges who are also understaffed, and they will be put in queue for a hearing, which will take some time as well. So the American public, because of the understaffing and the starving of our administrative budget, is suffering. They are seeing long delays that they should not be seeing.
And how is this affecting morale at the Social Security Administration?
We have very dedicated employees at the Social Security Administration. I always say there's a common thread amongst people who decide that they want to work for the Social Security Administration. It comes from a perspective of wanting to provide service, right? Service to the American public. We're not just making widgets, we're making a difference in people's lives. So when you have that type of employee who is dedicated and truly wants to do a good job and truly wants to provide quality service, and you're constantly seeing that you can never see the end of the pile on your virtual desk because it's lists on computers. But for the sake of illustration, you never see the bottom of the pile. You never see the uh, the clear desk where everything that you set out to do for the day, even for just the day, is done because you're constantly pulled in different directions, things that need your immediate attention. You have the person in front of you, obviously, they deserve your attention. So your morale is very low. And then you have a situation where management is serving lists, not people, right? So the Social Security Administration, the leadership really needs to shift gears and refocus on being employee oriented, making the employee the center of public service, and create an environment where every employee can blossom and thrive. And that will then in turn translate to um, excellent customer service and public service. Uh, Once staffing is up and you're able to do your job, instead of being tone deaf to the fact that the reason that the work is not getting done is not because the employee is not putting in 150%, literally 150% each day, but actually because there is a short staffing crisis. We're not able, to retain our people, because at a certain point morale gets to be too much, where you're feeling you're not effective, you're not appreciated, and you're never going to be able to do this job well. That all
Right.
leads to recruitment also. We're for the first time seeing where if we have job openings, candidates are actually turning it down when they're offered the job. That had never happened before. Social Security used to be at the top of the federal agencies for agencies where people wanted to work. It's now close to the bottom. I think we're second to last.
And so what is AFGE Council 220 asking for from Congress?
We are asking for adequate funding where actually it was we're actually requesting, I'll give you the actual numbers because I have it in front of me. It's 1.726 billion increase above what President Biden's budget request of 14.73 billion was for, excuse me, FY23. That would in turn allow for hiring at an adequate rate. It would also allow for updating technology. It would not just staff the Social Security employees, but also the state agencies where we can get the disability claims moving as well.
Gotcha. Well, Angela, I really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us this morning. Is there anything else that you reckon folks ought to know about this issue?
We have our position papers on our website, which is afgec220.org, and that's available to anyone if they want to take a look at it. I encourage people to take a look at it. It's very thoughtful and very thorough. And I thank you for taking up our cause and for giving us a voice this morning.
Absolutely. Happy to do it. Angela DiGeronimo, President of AFGE Local 2396, Regional Vice President for AFGE Council 220. Thanks for talking to us.
Take care. Thank you.
All right. Folks, we're going to be going to a break. If you want to give us a call, you got any thoughts about the program so far, you can give us a call or shoot us a text message at 844-899-TVLR. That is 844-899-8857. See you on the other side. Benefit Architects has proudly supported union members and union-made products for over 35 years. If you are a federal employee and an AFGE member, you're eligible for hundreds of dollars in money-saving benefits, including group life insurance, dental insurance, and AFLAC insurance. Additionally, if you're a union member but don't work for the federal government, you can still qualify for several of these money-saving policies. So give Tate Hure a call at 256-215-6769 for details and to enroll. Again, that is Tate Hure at 256-215-6769.
In Alabama, more than 200,000 of our friends and family members are living without health care coverage. Often folks can't stay healthy enough even to keep their jobs. We can fix this. It's time for us to find a way to close the health care coverage gap so that people can remain at work. Let's make this a priority. Let's close this gap and cover Alabama. To learn more and how you can help, visit coveralabama.org.
The attorneys at Maples, Tucker & Jacobs have stood with the working people of Alabama for over 40 years, providing skilled legal representation for your workplace injury claims. When you are injured on the job, it can be a scary time. The attorneys at Maples, Tucker & Jacobs have the experience to guide you through the process to make sure that you and your family are properly taken care of and your rights are protected. If you need help, call the attorneys at Maples, Tucker & Jacobs at 855-617-9333 or visit online at www.mtnj.com. No representation is made that the quality of legal services provided is greater than the quality of legal services provided by other law firms.
Support for the Valley Labor Report comes from the International Federation of Professional and Technical Engineers Union. Learn more by visiting www.ifpte.org.
Attention union members, membership organizations, podcasters, or anyone with a payment processing need. The future is here, and your organization needs to be prepared by working with Unionly. With Unionly, your union or organization can take payments on a mobile device, eliminating processing fees, giving you a better price than other payment processing methods, while at the same time supporting a union-friendly business with a specialized skill set to meet your needs. Your members will thank you when they pay their dues at their convenience without waiting in line to deposit cash or check. Start preparing for the future today by calling 206-595-8631 or visiting unionly.io.
Are you looking for a better future, a career that can have you set for life, and to be a part of something that's bigger than yourself? If you are, then consider a skilled trades apprenticeship with the International Union of Painters and Allied Trades. The work of IUPAT is all around us, from the industrial painters who work on the bridges to drywall finishers, floor coverers, the glazers who install the glass in our skylines, and so much more. With an IUPAT apprenticeship, you earn while you learn and receive benefits while learning the trade, including a pension. We provide world-class education free of charge. That's right, no student debt. Our starting salaries for apprentices that graduate is above the national median salary with benefits for entire families. And you have the flexibility to take your trade wherever you'd like in the country to work. IUPAT District Council 77 covers our entire region, so give Adam Booth a call at 205-603-3142 for more information. Again, that phone number is 205-603-3142. Come build a better future with us today and join IUPAT.
I'm attorney Tommy Sinyard. When you've been injured and need help, you need a lawyer who's with you.
Sinyard Law. You need attorneys always available to take care of you. Sinyard Law.
And keep you in the loop. It's your case. You need to know what's happening.
Sinyard Law. And never a charge to meet with us to evaluate your case. Sinyard Law.
A new firm, but an old name. One that will stay with you every step of the way.
Sinyard Law, the name with proven results.
Support for this program is provided by the International Association for Machinists and Aerospace Workers, Local Lodge 44 in Decatur, Alabama. Learn more at iamaw44.org.
Come all you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell, how the good old union has come in here to dwell.
Labor creates all wealth should go to labor, and you're listening to the Valley Labor Report. This is Joe Harrison, the editor, graphic designer extraordinaire who's usually behind the camera, but not literally, taking you on this little holiday excursion into the past as we look back at some of the crazy things that have happened, that we have seen, that we have beheld with our eyes. If you have anything that you want to add, or if you want to speak your mind, if you have any comments or anything, again, no one to pick up phone because this is all pre-taped, but you can send a text message or leave a voicemail, and the boys will respond when they are live again on January the 6th. Again, that fateful date that I don't remember why it's fateful. Before we move on with the show, I want to do another quick little plug for our postage fundraising campaign. Again, like I said, we would really love to raise $1,000 by the new year. It would help us really start the new year on the right foot. Like I said, we have got some big plans for 2024. Those of you who have been with us throughout this year might recall that we had an expansion project this year, 2023, and it went really well. It was actually a very successful expansion project, and we want to strike while the iron's hot. We want to take it further, and we need your help to do that, quite frankly. So whatever you can do to help us would be immensely appreciated. If you believe in what we do, you support what we do, or if you don't and you're just in the Christmas spirit, we'll accept that too. TVLR.fm/postage is where you can go to donate, as you will. Up next, we've got a brand new interview with a worker from Kentucky working at Amazon's largest air hub. He is working with dozens of his coworkers to organize with the Amazon Labor Union, and they are off to a really good start with 1,000 cards already signed. So without further ado, here is the interview. Enjoy.
All right, I am here with Jordan Quinn, a member of the Amazon Labor Union's organizing committee at Amazon's Air Hub, KCVG, in Northern Kentucky, servicing Northern Kentucky and Cincinnati, too, right?
Yep.
Jordan, welcome to the program. Thanks for taking time.
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to be here.
How long have you been working at Amazon?
I've been working for Amazon for a little over a year now. I've been at KCVG for about 7 months.
Okay, where were you before KCVG?
I was at a fulfillment center, BFI4.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And how long has the has this Amazon Labor Union campaign been active at KCVG?
So it all kind of started around this time last year. Amazon would offer what's called peak pay, which is a $2 an hour extra premium during peak season to try and compensate us for the extra volume that we're pushing out. Last year, they refused to offer that, and a lot of coworkers were pretty upset. So they started a petition. Over 400 coworkers signed it, but a lot of people drew the conclusion that to actually win the $2 an hour peak pay and more, we really needed a union. So over the winter of 2022, 2023, we're starting to build a campaign, built an organizing committee, got more coworkers involved, and then officially started card collection in March of this year. So a little over a year, but card collection about 9 months or so.
That's great. And really excited. I've been following your campaign on Twitter and been really excited about what y'all have been doing over there. Seems like y'all are really well put together, know what you're doing, and really like seeing that. What are some of the things that, you mentioned that maintaining peak pay was something that kind of has been animating a lot of the organizing efforts. What are some of the demands that y'all have in your campaign that you'd be looking for in, say, a first contract?
We're fighting for $30 an hour starting pay for all associates at KCVG. We want 180 hours of paid time off each year, which would be about 4.5 weeks. We want union representation at disciplinary meetings, because oftentimes you'll get dragged into some HR investigation, or your manager's going to write you up, and if they don't explain clearly what the rules are, even their own written policies are decided on a case-by-case basis. So having a shop steward in your corner, having some union rep there who can walk through, what's allowed in the contract, what's not, that would be a huge help for coworkers. We've also got a lot of immigrant coworkers who speak English as a second language. So we've been fighting for professional translation services, for workplace communications, and free on-site English classes for folks who want to improve their English, as well as free on-site childcare, so working families can afford to go to work and not have to pay a second rent for daycare.
Yeah, absolutely. That all sounds really great. And since Amazon is such a good company, one of their spokespeople said they're, the Bernie Sanders of companies. They're all, respecting your right to organize and, listening to you and all that kind of stuff respectfully, is right?
No, I don't think it would be a surprise for, no, it's not all hunky dory at Jeffrey Bezos's biggest air hub in the world. In fact, we've been facing quite a bit of management pressure in the last few months. Actually, last month we on election day we printed out a big check and we put it on top on our union tables outside of the entrance to the building, and the check was wrote out to our billionaire executives and union busters, and it had the $10 billion in profits that workers made this company in the last 3 months. And we were asking coworkers where they think those profits should go. We had a big easel with a whiteboard with a bunch of our different demands on there, and people could put a sticker up on what was the most important thing for them to fight for. And this is the same week that the VP of Amazon Air was out there walking the floor. So management was pretty upset with us. They started coming out and badge challenging us, where they asked to see our side of badge 6-7 times in a couple hours. They were threatening us with write-ups, saying that we had to take down our table because it was a safety hazard. Well, when we explained to them that it wasn't a safety hazard, that management sets up a bunch of tables in the breezeway right in front of the doors, and that's not a problem, then how's our table an issue? They came back and said that it was an unauthorized structure instead. So we asked them, how do we get it authorized? And surprisingly, no one had that information on hand at HR or from the management office. So in the last couple of weeks now, they've been putting up a bunch of signs around saying that the union is an outside third party, saying that you could win more, the same, or less in benefits with the union. And they brought in a bunch of millionaire lawyers who they've dressed up as managers and employee relations operatives to go walk the floor and lead captive audience meetings, spreading lies about our union. No, they're not being neutral. They're not accepting our rights to organize a union at all.
Yeah, that is a shame, but it's not surprising. And they've actually, been escalating in the last couple of weeks, and they've issued final written warnings for at least 11 people at this time. I don't think that there's been any firings yet. But how did those written warnings come about, and what's the status of those? I know that your organizing committee is pushing to have those written warnings rescinded. What's the status of that?
Yeah. So because of the unauthorized structure that we had set up, asking coworkers where they think the profits should go, we told them that they were violating our Section 7 rights under the National Labor Relations Act, and we refused to take down our tables. So they came back a few weeks later, sat us down in interrogation meetings with HR. Some of us were in there for about an hour, where they would ask us the same questions over and over again. And the result of those investigations were me and 10 other coworkers getting final written warnings over insubordination. Because what Amazon wants is subordinate workers, not workers who stand up for themselves and stand up for each other.
Right.
So we're using every tool available to fight back and defend our jobs, because we have legal rights to be able to form a union, to talk to our coworkers, and have a union materials out there. So we've been going through what's called Amazon's appeals process, and I don't have any I don't have any hopes that the appeals process is going to be any more transparent or just than the rest of their union busting methods. So we've also filed unfair labor practice charges with the National Labor Relations Board for these retaliatory write-ups, and we've also led marches on the boss in the last couple of weeks, where we go into the manager's office, us and about 30 other coworkers, and the first time that we did it, we talked to the general manager, and he said that he wanted to talk to us one-on-one, individually, to hear our unique individual concerns, is how they put it. And he said that we can't have collective concerns together, despite the fact that we all came together because we all got the same concerns. The last March on the Boss that we had, I think they got coached by corporate or by some professional union busters, because somehow they were all busy in a meeting, everyone in senior site leadership. They were stonewalling us, refused to even hear our voices. So we were offering them a final written warning of our own, putting them on notice for the illegal union busting and retaliation that they've been dishing out our way. Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of support since then. We've gotten millions of views on TikTok from those videos. We've been having donations just pour in left and right. I've been having more people reach out to us from other unions expressing their solidarity and wanting to pass their own resolutions in support of our campaign and donating to our campaign. So in a certain respect, people are afraid of losing their jobs. But on the other hand, this intimidation and retaliation is having some real blowback, not just on the shop floor, but among the rest of the labor movement. We're seeing what Amazon's doing to us and wanting to help us fight back against it.
Right. And one of those TikToks that has racked up a lot of views was a TikTok where y'all had asked the company for coats. Can you explain that situation to the audience?
Yeah. So we're an air facility, which means that a lot of the freight that we process is coming off and going on to flights. We also have outbound and inbound dock for ground transport, and both on the ramp and on the dock, there's no real weather control, and it's been freezing cold a lot of these days. Ramp workers are provided with coats and waders and hats to help keep them warm while they're out there. Workers on the ground dock are not provided that same PPE. So people are trying to work out there in 15, 20-degree weather and freezing their asses off. So when a couple of coworkers said, "Hey, we know that you provide big puffy jackets that are high vis for ramp associates. Can we get some?" They were told that they could get hot hands instead, some of those hand warmers, and to just wear their own jackets with their vests over it, so that way it would be visible in case of any traffic.
I'll let you finish here, but I don't really go hunting anymore. But when I was a kid, I went with my uncle a few times, and the hot hands they're pretty nice, but they're typically inside of a lot of coats. That's how I used them, right?
Yeah.
I had a big coat.
It's no replacement for proper insulation.
Right. I mean, like just your bare hands, and then even gloves without a jacket with hot hands inside them. That's not adequate, especially in the temperatures that y'all were facing. I mean, y'all were in temperatures that hypothermia could set in, but they said we're not going to give you coats because it's not below freezing yet. It doesn't have to be freezing for you to get hypothermia.
Exactly. And it's incredibly frustrating considering the amount of money this company makes that they spend on stock buybacks, that Jeff Bezos can spend on his next mega yacht or his next 10-minute space vacation. But when workers who are doing the work that actually makes this company run ask for some protection from the elements, we're met with, "Oh no, we can't do that."
Right. It's absolutely ridiculous. And so you mentioned that y'all have been having a lot of people reach out to sign cards. So what has the employee response to this campaign and even kind of the broader moment that we are in been inside of KCVG?
We've gotten a lot of support. We've got over 1,000 coworkers who signed up for the union so far. And more people are getting involved every day. It's one of the reasons why management is so scared of our campaign and why they're bringing in all these professional union busters and putting up all this anti-union material around the facility to try and scare people away from joining the union.
Right.
I think, that week that first week where we were out there with our big, $10 billion in profits banner, was one of the best weeks that we had of a card collection, not just because of the message that we were putting forward, but because coworkers were seeing management start to crack down on their pro-union coworkers, and we're saying, "Hey, that's messed up. I want to have my coworkers back, so I'm going to sign up for the union." And I think just with the rest of the stuff that's going on in the labor movement, like this year, I think has seen one of the highest numbers, one of the highest strike years on record since the 1980s. And right now, actually, at the DHL World Hub at CVG, just across the street from our facility, the workers there are trying to form a union with the Teamsters. They're out on strike right now. We've made stops by their picket lines every day in the last since they went out. I think that was a day or two ago.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, all the DHL workers I've been talking to are like, "Yep, we know about your campaign. We absolutely have your back. Solidarity." And I think too, when the UAW workers won their contract, that's something that we've all been talking to coworkers about. Because part of our perspective is that Amazon is such a brutal anti-union corporation that they will refuse to come to the bargaining table unless we force them.
Right.
So in our view, it's going to take a really serious strike, even just to get Amazon to start talking to us. And coworkers are worried about what a strike would look like for them and their families. When the UAW won back pay for striking workers, when they won a wage increase for their parts distribution center employees of up to $30 an hour starting, that was a huge boost in confidence. Because if they can do it, a lot of coworkers were seeing, well, we could do it here too. Amazon's one of the most profitable corporations in the world.
Right. Absolutely. And you mentioned the DHL strike as part of the, those folks being supportive as part of the community response. And it's about 1,100 DHL workers that recently unionized with the Teamsters. They are striking for a fair first contract, is my understanding. And so that's great to hear that y'all are in communication with one another. And there was almost a UPS strike, actually, in your area, and UPS backed down. And they rehired people that they had fired because the Teamsters said, we'll go on strike if you don't hire them back. And that was, a really, really cool thing to see, I think. And was that a big enough story that it penetrated into your, your workplace, and your coworkers were able to see that wow, the Teamsters were able to get these people their jobs back because they threatened to strike. They didn't even have to strike. They just had to threaten it, and they got their jobs back. Is that really kind of set in with your coworkers?
That hasn't been as much of a feature of the discussions that we've been having. I haven't heard that much from coworkers about it, unfortunately. But I think it shows that when you're organized, in your workplace, when you have a union to help defend you and your coworkers, then it can only take just the threat of lifting your finger to stop their profits that can force them to actually, bring back people who've been unjustly fired. And I think that's also an important lesson, I think, for our campaign too. With us facing these final written warnings, Amazon's trying to put us on notice. They're trying to scare us into backing down, which we're not going to. But it means that there's a real threat that they could try and fire some pro-union workers. But the only way that we can defend ourselves is by sticking together, having each other's backs, and taking collective action. I think the other thing on that too is that, Amazon has a whole litany of policies that coworkers don't even know about. They can write you up and fire you whenever they want for whatever reason. If they want to let you go, they absolutely will.
Right.
So the way that you fight back against that isn't by running away from the union because you're worried about getting fired for your manager knowing that you're a union supporter. Actually, you have a lot more protection when you stick with your coworkers because it's us who do all the work that makes this company money. And that's ultimately what they're most concerned with, is their profits and their power. That's why they don't want to pay us $30 an hour, give us 180 hours of PTO each year too.
Right. So, Jordan, if one of your coworkers finds this and they are interested in signing an authorization card, where would they need to go?
Yeah, so they can go to our website, which is I think it's unionizeamazonkcvg.org. You can also find one of us with these union vests on the floor. Ask us for an authorization card. We've also got QR codes on our our trifolds and our leaflets. You can scan with your phone in case you're worried about a manager seeing you outside, signing a card. You can sign it at home later on.
And what about if I'm an Amazon worker outside of your facility? This is going to be on the radio in Huntsville, Alabama. We have an Amazon facility here. What if one of them hear it and they say that they're interested in starting an organizing committee in their facility? What do they need to do?
Yeah, you should definitely reach out to us. We're, I think, Unionized Amazon Northern Kentucky on Facebook, Amazon Union KCVG on Twitter and Instagram. Just send us a direct message. We're more than happy to get in touch. You can send us an email at kcvgworkers@gmail.com. Because I think ultimately, if we're able to organize at Amazon's biggest air hub here in the world, then I think that can have an electrifying effect around the country. That's what we saw what happened after the JFK 8 workers won their union election. That was a big inspiration for us and for other workers at different facilities. And I think ultimately it's not just KCVG workers that deserve a union, it's all Amazon workers. That's one way that we can start to, rebuild a fighting labor movement to build the power of the working class on the shop floor. It's the first step. So yeah, if you're interested in working together, we absolutely want to work with every single Amazon worker who wants to fight back and win us the things that we deserve.
Jordan Quinn, member of the Amazon Labor Union's KCVG Organizing Committee in Northern Kentucky. Thanks for taking the time. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Have a good one.
Yep, you too.
In Alabama, more than 200,000 of our friends and neighbors are living without health care coverage. Often folks can't stay healthy enough to keep their jobs. We need to fix this. Let's close the health care coverage gap. To learn more, visit coveralabama.org.
Support for this program also comes from the Ironworkers Local 477. So if you are looking for contractors with lower than average EMR and TRIR, they tell me that if you need to know what those mean, then you will. Or if you need to supplement a workforce at any level for any amount of time, short or long term, if you need ironworkers that come trained and certified at no extra cost, or if you need workers from superintendent down to general laborer, and you're looking to start work on a project, or you're unhappy with your current contractor situation, you need to call my friend Jeb Miles with the Ironworkers Local 477. They only work with the best in the business, vetted contractors, and can do all kinds of jobs, from roofing to steel and bridge erection, from welding to heavy rigging, from structural repairs to machinery alignment, and much more. They supply manpower on 4 of the 5 largest projects in North Alabama, so you know they're legit. If you need good quality, safe, efficient, diligent, and knowledgeable workers on your job, then you need the Ironworkers Local 477. Call Jeb Miles at 256-383-3334 or via email at local477@bellsouth.net, and make sure you tell them that you heard about them on the Valley Labor Report.
We're the nurses, firefighters, and claims representatives that help keep our government services running. We respond to natural disasters. We care for our nation's veterans, and we investigate discrimination in the workplace. We are federal and D.C. government workers, and we are proud to serve the American people. Working in more than 70 agencies across the government, we know we can fulfill our mission because our union has our back. Learn more at afge.org. Paid for by the American Federation of Government Employees, AFL-CIO.
The Laborers International Union of North America, Local 366, is proudly recruiting North Alabama workers to work construction and nuclear plant maintenance. If you're interested, please contact Donna at their training center to start the process. That phone number is 256-415-7452. Again, that phone number is 256-415-7452. No experience is needed. Free training is offered, but you must be able to pass a background check and a drug test. Local hiring that grows our community with good-paying jobs that have benefits is their mission. Live better, work union, Local 366, feel the power.
Support for this program also comes from the Mid-South Council of Retail, Wholesale, and Department Store Union. Learn more at rwdsu.info.
I'm attorney Tommy Sinyard. When you've been injured and need help, you need a lawyer who's with you.
Sinyard Law. You need attorneys always available to take care of you. Sinyard Law.
And keep you in the loop. It's your case. You need to know what's happening.
Sinyard Law. And never a charge to meet with us to evaluate your case. Sinyard Law.
A new firm, but an old name. One that will stay with you every step of the way.
Sinyard Law. The name with proven results.
As labor union members, we face our share of challenges in the workplace. But today, I want to talk about a different kind of challenge, the climate crisis. We've all seen the fury of Mother Nature, the storms that can turn lives upside down in an instant. That's why Hometown Action is launching our Climate Protection Project. We're heading out to 10 rural communities, listening to local folks, and taking action with them to protect communities impacted by climate disasters. And we need you, our union brothers and sisters, to join us. Together, we'll make a difference. Our strength on the job is undeniable, and now it's time to put that strength to work for the planet. Let's protect our communities, our families, and our future. Visit hometownaction.org today and sign up to volunteer for the Climate Protection Canvas.
Come on, you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell, how the good old union has come in here to dwell.
Alabama's only union talk radio show. This is the Valley Labor Report. Once again, this is Joe Harrison, the graphic designer and editor for the Valley Labor Report. And we're coming to the final segment of the show. If you have anything you'd like to add, anything you want to comment on, any thoughts that you have about what you've heard so far, feel free to call or send us a text, 844-855-TVLR, and the boys can respond when they return on January the 6th. So if you are new to this program, you may not know that even though I literally just said we're coming to the final segment of the show actually does continue beyond that, but off the radio. So if you are listening to us on the radio, and perhaps you like what you hear, and I don't know why you wouldn't like what you hear, then you can find us on Facebook and YouTube, and you can keep on listening as we head into an extra part of the show that we refer to as overtime. So definitely join us for that, as we've got more stuff coming up with that. Just search for the Valley Labor Report again on Facebook and YouTube, and you can follow along with us there. There won't be any video, well, not any video of me. I mean, there will be video for the videos that we're playing and the interviews and stuff, but there is no video of me, unfortunately, because I couldn't get my camera to work. But that is probably, honestly, for the best that you don't see what's behind this voice. So for this last segment, we have a little bit of a roundup of important stories from the last year that are specific to the state of Alabama. So with that said, let's take a look at our quote-unquote final round of memories from last year.
All right, so we wanted to make sure that we mention this. We have been covering pretty closely the lockout at the West Rock Paper Mill in Cottonton, Alabama. They have been locked out since October the 6th. You can go back and check out our coverage on our channel page if you want to see more in depth. But basically the gist of it is that they were too far apart, and so the workers there voted down the contract that was offered by West Rock, and they said, no, we're not going to take this, even though West Rock was offering a $30,000 buyout of this language. So they were very motivated to get rid of this language. And the workers said no. The workers said, we want to keep this language. We, maybe this $30,000 makes us whole for this one contract period, but we know that you're not going to give us $30,000 in the next contract period, which is only 3 years away. And so, we can think a little bit more long term than that. We are intelligent actors, right? Self-interested in all of this. And so they said no. We're going to vote that down. We think you can do better in a year where, immediately after Westrock had made more money than they ever had in the company's history. They made so much money that, if I recall correctly, the calculations were that if they just gave half of the profit to the workers, they could have given everybody a $30,000 bonus across all 50,000 global employees, right? With just half of the profit from 2021. I mean, it's just insane that they were trying to do this, trying to take from these Alabama workers what would amount to a 10% pay cut. So it's just really, really gross behavior from this company. So the workers said no, and the company locked them out. After voting on contracts 4 different times across this lockout, they accepted the most recent offer last week. It was on January 31st, I believe, is when they held their vote. And they did vote to accept it. They voted to accept this contract. And the difference between this contract and the last one is that, so on top of the 2 or 3% raises that they were getting in the first contract, which is way below inflation, they got a $1.50 an hour raise across the board. They're also adding an additional 1% into the employees' 401k account. I think that they made some improvements on their health care instead of cuts, or instead of saying the same, which is good. And they got a $7,500 one-time bonus. WRBL reports that Local 971 President Bobby Watson says that that all of these taken together, all of these additions taken together, approximately make up for the taking of the Sunday premium pay. So that's good news. I think I think definitely, I know that Bobby was looking for more. I know that a lot of people were looking for more. But taking on a multi-billion-dollar international company as one paper mill in Alabama is just a really hard thing to do. So I think that, getting what they can and going back into work, it's certainly not an irrational move on their part. I'm hopeful, and I saw some discussion in the comments when they announced this on their union's local page. There was some discussion about, 3 years will be here before you know it. We want to make sure that we're ready, next time to get what we left on the table. And so I do hope that they, that there is a, and this is what Bobby was saying to me at one point when we were talking over the course of this lockout, that the Westrock meant this to really destroy the union and break it up, and that he feels like the 3 locals in that mill are more unified than ever, that they're more militant than ever, more antagonistic towards the company than ever, right? Which is ultimately going to be good for the union going forward in contract negotiations. I hope, and I hope that a lot of these folks will, in the next round of contract negotiations, they'll be able to do more planning and more coordination between the other Westrock locals, right? Because that's what it would really take to bring the corporation to its knees, is multiple mills going out on strike together, right? That's what it would take. So here's hoping, they've got 3 years to prepare for the next round of contract negotiations. And I know that, there's going to be a lot of motivation there on their part to do that. Something that I want to do here in the next few months is get on the program some people that were involved in a lost paper strike in Maine in 1987 to talk about some lessons that they learned from that, and maybe lessons that and obviously talk to some of these paper mill workers in the coming months. I've got that Real News piece that was going to be coming out, that was going to be a little bit longer, about the lockout. It's going to be transitioned into a like people's history of the Mart Mill lockout. So looking forward to that. They return to work on the official return to work date hasn't been set. I think they're going to stagger the return for people, and it's going to be towards the end of February. So. Very happy for these folks that they're going to be able to get back to work. I know that 4.5 months without a paycheck is incredibly difficult, and they showed a lot of courage and a lot of fight, and they won some things, right? They won some things, and so that's really good to see. Speaking of good news, folks, Rocket City Trash Pandas players will be making more than double during this baseball season. That's right, their pay is going to double. Rocket City Trash Pandas players' pay will double this season. That is if they ratify the collective bargaining agreement negotiated by their union that they just won in September. The agreement is for 5 years. It's a tentative agreement. It is now off to the membership for a membership ratification vote with the 5,000 minor league baseball players who are now members of the union. The biggest thing is really the wages. The biggest thing is really the wages in this agreement. And across all levels of the minor leagues, pay is going to be more than doubling. So let's take a look at this. From in the complex league, which that's rookie ball I don't know what it is. I don't know exactly what that means, but the complex league, their pay is going to go from $4,800 a year, which is wild. Think about that, to $19,800 a year. Still not a whole lot, but you're getting a lot closer to, this job is something that is kind of sustainable. At the rookie league, you're still, it's kind of, I think, expected that you're going to be working a second job. But it's, from 5,000 to 20,000, a quadrupling in that case. That's huge, right?
Absolutely.
In the low A's, pay is going from $11,000 to $26,200 a year. In the high A's, it's going to be going from $11,000 to $27,300 a year, which is, again, not enough, I don't think, and that's my issue with having a 5-year agreement is, this is their first contract, so obviously, hopefully, the next one's going to be better. I just hate they're going to have to wait for 5 years to get to the next one. The double A's, which is what Rocket City Trash Pandas is. Rocket City Trash Pandas is the double A minor league affiliate, is a double A minor league affiliate of the Angels. Their pay is going to be going from $13,800 a year to $30,250 a year. This is some $30,000 a year is you're getting pretty close to, this is a reasonable pay, I think. I think I would be, the USFL, basically the minor league football, one of the minor spring football leagues, their pay is $55,000 in their newly negotiated union contract. So I think something like that really should be the goal. But still a big improvement. And then finally in the triple A's, it's going from $17,500 a year to $35,800 a year. So like I said, the pay is really the biggest thing, and that's, the biggest thing that the baseball players were telling folks, when they would be asked about, why are you unionizing? That's why. And so that's a pretty big difference. Major League Baseball also agreed during the contract not to reduce minor league affiliates from the current 120.
That's very significant.
Yes, that is very significant. Now, there are going to be, so that's the minor league affiliates. There's going to be no less teams over the course of this contract. There are going to be very few more players in that the max that they could have now I think is 190, and the max under this contract is going to be 180. So there will potentially be some like a couple here and there folks that positions on the teams that aren't going to be available, but I think overall it's a good thing. Also, most players will be guaranteed housing, and players at AA and AAA will be given a single room as opposed to having to bunk together. Players at low A and high A will have the option of exchanging club housing for a stipend. The domestic violence and drug policies will be covered by the union agreement as well, and players who sign for the first time at 19 or older can become minor league free agents after 6 seasons instead of 7. Minor league players will also receive 4 weeks of retroactive spring training pay for this year. They'll get $625 weekly for spring training and off-season training camp, and $250 weekly for off-season workouts at home. So, like I said, it's a huge difference from what they were working with before, and I'm really excited about this. I think that it's going to make the minor leagues a lot more sustainable. I'm obviously, being in Huntsville, a fan of the Trash Pandas. I go to games fairly regularly, and I'm excited to know that they're going to be making significantly more than they made last year. So.
And it's always good as union folks to be able to support other union folks, right? And now, as I mentioned with the XFL and USFL, how cool it is to cheer on those brothers out there knowing they have a union contract. And it's the same here with the Rocket City Trash Pandas, the Birmingham Barons, and the rest of the minor league teams. So definitely good news to hear this morning.
Yeah, and it's worth remembering what they faced, right? They were legally exempted from minimum wage laws by a law passed in 2018 under Trump. And many of them, like I just said, made less than $12,000 a year. And when you're doing a professional sport, even if it's in the minor leagues, that requires really kind of a full-time level dedication to practicing, training, working out, all of this type of stuff. And so the time that you can spend doing a second job is really limited. And they provide a lot of entertainment for folks. And, if this is a thing that we are going to be willing as consumers to spend money on, then the people who put it on for us really should be compensated well. Especially when you consider the owners, millionaires and billionaires, for literally just owning, right? The quintessential, the archetypal business owner, who works hard and kind of comes from the bottom up and has a small business and works longer than his employees. That's not the case with sports leagues, right? They're literally just owners for owning, whereas all these people are doing lots of work. It's pretty insane, the system. They really, preyed on people's dreams. And Adam, you remembered working in a restaurant and talking to, some of the Stars players back in the day, right?
Oh, yeah.
About stuff that they faced.
Yeah, I worked for a little while at one of the restaurants that was at the Joe Davis Stadium back when we had the Huntsville Stars. And, I got a chance to talk to some of the players. And if I remember right, they were staying 4 to an apartment. And these were not like big, luxurious apartments either. Right. They were pretty much, one of the cheapest complexes in South Huntsville, fairly close to the stadium. So, they were struggling. They were struggling. It was very obvious. They were living, like kids, basically, having to, help each other out, living off ramen noodles and staying 4 to an apartment. So, to hear that there's improvement on housing, there's improvement with pay, I think that's significant because, like you said, they prey on folks' dreams. Mm-hmm. So many young folks have a dream to play professional sports, and we know the reality is most will not make it. Right. But that opportunity is kind of dangled out for so many, young men and women out there in the sporting leagues. It's dangled and, it's taken advantage of. And so I think through collective organization, these workers, like any other worker, can have a better existence and a better salary and better working conditions for themselves and for their families.
We got a comment on a video last week that we did about privatization of public schools, which we have been very vocally and unashamedly against the privatization of public schools. We make no bones about that. We're very clear about that. We are against that. And the privatization of public schools goes by another name, school choice. And so we made a video about that, or we did a segment on the show and we cut it up and put it out there. And we got a question from a Tom asking if there is ever a place for quote unquote school choice. Is there ever a place for school choice? And so I told him that I'd ask you, Adam, about this because I think he asked. I think he asked it in good faith. It seemed to me, and so I told him that I would ask you, Adam, what you thought about it, because my instinct is to be opposed to any privatization, but that I can conceive of a use case for a publicly, owned and operated charter school meant to be an experimental testing ground for interesting pedagogical, new pedagogical methods for students. And, I could conceive of a use case for that. And so, while I would definitely be, tend to be against any forms of privatization or giving public schools into private hands in any, in any way, I can conceive of a way that you could get me on board with one particular project. But I've not spent most of my activist work, most of my union work in the education field. So I wanted to see what you thought, Adam, and I told him I would. So Adam, what do you think? Is there ever a case for quote unquote school choice?
I think for school choice as a shorthand for a right-wing program of privatization, no. I think school choice a little bit more broadly defined. There very well can be places for that, and I'll give you an example. Some school districts allow choice within their district. For example, in a city or a county district, you may normally have to live in a certain part of town or part of the county, and you're zoned for that particular school, right? It's a neighborhood school setup. Some districts allow choice within their school system, so perhaps you're more interested in the school on the other side of town. And this may be relevant if the schools themselves have unique programs, for example. Athens City Schools is an example where each elementary school has kind of a different theme and a different little twist on things, right? You may have a STEM-based school and then one that's a little bit more along the lines of the arts. So I can see some room for that. Obviously, that's not what folks typically are meaning by school choice. To your point about charter schools in theory, as they were originally theorized, essentially follow on that model, right? They were thought of as a means to experiment and to innovate, to have controlled settings more or less for these innovations and experiments, particularly targeting certain populations that were not being well served. So the classic example I remember from like the origins of charter schools, which includes from AFT, right? I mean, union folks were thinking about these things. The idea would be like a public charter school that serves high-risk youth who are at risk of dropping out. And maybe at this charter school, they have some flexibility on their scheduling. Maybe they're not locked into an 8 to 3 schedule with 7 periods a day at 52 minutes, right? You know, maybe there are things that they need to do to accommodate students, whether it's curriculum or logistics or structure of scheduling or however that may be. I can see a place for that. And there are charter schools that exist in the United States that are public in terms of they're still publicly funded and theoretically publicly owned. And that aren't that bad, right? They more or less do what they're supposed to do, and kids are benefiting. I would say that's certainly not all of them. I don't even think that's the majority of them by any means. But there are some decent charter schools out there and that kind of stuck to that mission of experimentation, innovation, maybe targeting certain types of students or targeting certain types of curriculum, for example. I'm okay with some degree of that because I think our public schools are very rigid in a lot of ways. However, that is very different from a conversation about how can you reduce funding to public schools, which is the end result of these schemes for vouchers and charters, education savings accounts. There's various names. The Alabama Accountability Act has scholarships, for example. All of these are different means that have the end result of reducing funding to public schools and therefore reducing resources available to the students and staff inside the public schools. And we've talked a little bit in the past how often you will siphon off not just the funding, but some of the students and families. And so the students left in the public schools are often the more challenging ones, right?
Right.
The private schools are less prone to accept students with disabilities or students who don't speak English as a first language, students who have behavioral challenges. You know, private schools are not inclined to accept those students, and they're private. They don't have to, unlike the public school. So, and I know of course, they can't violate federal law in terms of discrimination, but we all know.
Right.
There's what's on paper and then there's reality. There's plenty of ways to discriminate without necessarily giving your victim a clear EEOC case. And so all that to say, school choice is a rhetorical device that is used to advance an agenda of privatization where what was public becomes private. And that does not work for education. It doesn't work for kids. It never has, and I don't think it ever will. And I think there's plenty of research to show that is just the fact of the matter, that these school choice schemes may serve some families and some students in some cases. I'm sure we can find them. But they're the exceptions, not the rule. And for me, I don't think you sacrifice the few. I don't think you sacrifice the many for the few. And just because a handful of families may have their needs better served under some of these programs doesn't justify everyone else being worse off as a result. And that's what's so unacceptable about it, because ultimately they point to some of the, in some cases exaggerated, in some cases real flaws or issues within the public school system as it currently exists, and their proposals all make it worse. They all cut the funding. They all reinforce some of the issues that are in place already. And so that's how I feel about it. So if you tell me you can find a charter school in Timbuktu somewhere and they're doing a good job and, it's not corrupt and the kids are learning, I'm not going to argue with you. That could be very well the case. There are some charter schools out there. They're doing a pretty good job. But by and large, it's not about helping kids. It's about money. Public education is one of the last remaining pieces of our welfare state in this country, and therefore it takes up a disproportionate amount of our budgets. If you look at the state of Alabama, we have an entirely separate budget just for education, and it's in the billions of dollars. And when capital sees those kind of dollar amounts, they see opportunities. They want that money, that public money, in their private pockets.
Yep.
So there's the economic aspect to it, and then there's the more social and cultural aspects to it, that segregation is absolutely a big component of this, both racial and otherwise. Segregation for religious reasons, segregation for political reasons, issues of gender and sexuality and ability, and all those come into play. It's not about helping kids. It's not about helping teachers. It's not about helping the communities in which those teachers and students live. It's about segregation. It's about money. And there were a couple couple of things about education that y'all mentioned in the chat.
Yeah.
That I wanted to also respond to, because smaller class sizes absolutely are a proven benefit, and that's why so many teachers unions fight so hard for those year after year, because of the way it impacts working conditions, the way it impacts learning conditions, right? That's one of those most clear examples of where the teacher and the student have real common ground there, because a class, I can tell you, a class size of 15 versus a class size of 30 is night and day. Night and day in terms of the workload on the staff member and in terms of the learning opportunities inside the classroom. It just makes a huge difference. And so definitely agree with that. Christine mentioned a third of us can hardly read, and there is some significant problems with literacy in this country. Absolutely. And I don't think that, and I don't think Christine is implying this either, that that's rationale to attack the public school system. I think it just shows us what work needs to be done. And in terms of the KIPP schools, that's one of the most well-known chains of charter schools. That's something else that's pretty creepy about these is, there's chains. We had Terry Michael on a couple months ago talking a little bit about conversion charter schools that are in place in Alabama, at least are legal in Alabama, where conceivably a charter school chain could come in and take over a part of your school, like a part of your building that's not being used. It's pretty wild. So, the much easier way, the much more simple way, is to fund an appropriate free public education for every kid and do what's right by them. Talk to the educators, who are the experts, ask them what they need, and get it for them. Small class sizes, let them shape the curriculum, let them shape what's being taught. It's not rocket science. Most of this stuff has been pretty well documented for decades, like the links between poverty and test scores, for example. That's not new. We've known about that for a very long time. So when we hear like Alabama's Governor Kay Ivey say that Alabama's test scores are now going to move up into the top 30 before the end of her term, she says. Right? How are you going to do that if you're not going to address the socioeconomic factors that play into those scores? Alabama ranks at or near the bottom in test scores in our schools because Alabama ranks at or near the bottom in every metric of quality of life.
Yeah.
Right? It's not, you can't just separate it out. And that's also where AEA and a lot of the education community is failing as well, because you have to have a holistic approach because there are holistic results. I know it's inconvenient to talk about how race and poverty and corporate subsidies and how these things impact schools. It's much easier to try to separate those conversations and silo it off, but it's not real. You're not addressing real life if you're not addressing that. Yeah. So Kay Ivey, please explain to me, how are you going to get our test scores into the top 30 while maintaining the status quo in every other aspect of our life?
Yeah. William in the chat says, I don't like the lottery system for students to attend charter schools. That seems like a neoliberal way of admitting children so that they could get a quality education. Indeed, Christine also says...
It's also like an admission, right? We're basically admitting, okay, this is a better education, but not everyone's going to get it.
Sydney Vogel in the chat says, outlaw private schools and watch public school funding skyrocket when rich kids have to go there. Not a bad idea.
I believe that's how it is in Finland, actually.
It is, yes. Free American 2020 says private schools should be required to take the same standardized test that public education takes. And that is absolutely the case at minimum. Like if we can't, that's actually one of the reasons, one of the things that people put forward as an idea that, we should have more private schools or school choice or whatever, because they want less government oversight. And it's absurd that we should not have oversight over where our children are being taught. That's bonkers.
Right. They want money for it, but they don't want the oversight. That should normally come with those
funds.
He also says, how do we free? Well, I mean, I really don't know. I guess, I don't know. I don't know the gender of Free American 2020. But private schools do not want poor minority English as a second language, special ed, discipline challenges. We mentioned that. That's absolutely the case.
And,
he says
there's
that
systemic exclusion of those kinds of students in state after state after state.
How do we know children aren't leaving a failing public school and going to a failing private school? And that's actually something that's under discussed is the degree to which, private and charter schools actually don't help as much as they're advertised.
Right.
And we've talked about that before. Sydney Vogel in the chat says in 2040, there won't be schools anymore, just Uber teach. Oh, God.
It seems to be the trend, right?
That's what they want. Yeah, for sure. Luckily, teachers' unions, Sydney says, are strong and generally well supported by parents and voters, although Free American counters that AEA is a dirty word in Alabama, and that is the case. So, I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
But appreciate the conversation about education in the comments.
Absolutely.
That is going to conclude our time on the radio today. I appreciate everybody who took the time to listen. If you want to stick around with us, then I recommend you hop onto your nearest computer, preferably one that belongs to you, and look for us on Facebook and YouTube and join us for our overtime segment, where we will be taking a look at some right-wing populism and evaluating whether or not the proponents actually care about working people, and replay a fan-favorite interview with Adolph Reed Jr. If not, then it's your loss, but thank you anyway for joining us for this show, and we will see you next week with another episode of Pre-Tapes and Best Ofs. I hope you all have a Merry Christmas, and never forget, all power to the workers. All right, folks, we are now off the radio, freed from the ever-watchful, prying eyes of the almighty FCC censors, and I have you all to myself, and I can now switch to my more intimate voice, as is only appropriate for being uncensored. Like I said, we have a great overtime lined up, but before we do that, before we get into that, we are going to take another little break right after we just took a little break, but this one's going to be longer than the other little break that we just took. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back with more Valley Labor Report.
Come on, you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell. How the good old union has come in here to dwell. Come on, you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell. How the good old union has come in here to dwell.
A battle in the heart of Alabama caught our attention. Coal miners in one community, they've been on strike now for months.
Working as long as 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, in some of the most dangerous conditions.
I really think that the labor movement is the single greatest force for democracy in the history of the United States.
The story of Alabama is a story of not just resilience, but of militancy.
I said no contract, you said no code. No contract. No contract.
If we ain't all free, ain't none of us free.
You're listening to Alabama's only union talk radio show, The Valley Labor Report, with Adam Keller and Jacob Morrison.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. You are still listening to the Valley Labor Report, Alabama's only union talk radio show. We are in overtime, and like I said, we've got some great stuff planned, so thank you for sticking around with us, and we hope you enjoy the remainder of the show. So something of a theme over the last few years has been right-wingers making their cute little claims about being populist, about being working class advocates, and all of that stuff for the working man, you know. So we pulled together some examples of just how quickly that whole thing just kind of falls apart if you poke it even a little bit. And then after that, we are going to play a conversation that we had, a great conversation, in fact, we had with Adolph Reed Jr. It is a much more serious conversation, but it is a fantastic conversation. So if you haven't already heard it, if you haven't already seen it, or even if you had, listen to it, because it is great stuff. It is great stuff. So hope you all enjoy, and that will totally, absolutely be the end of the show after that. There is absolutely not anything else happening after that point. The show will end, so definitely do not stick around after said Adolph Reed Jr. interview, because this is not a Marvel's Cinematic Universe picture where there is a surprise ending after the end credits. Okay? You hear me? Do you understand what I'm saying here? Good.
One of the many things in the omnibus bill was the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act and the Pump Act. Both of these support pregnant workers in different ways, and they actually passed along bipartisan lines, amazingly. The Pregnant Workers Fairness Act passed 73-24 in the Senate, and the Pump Act passed 92-5 in the Senate. So that's pretty wild. So I just want to make sure that folks understand that for these bills that were all put into the omnibus, there's like 2 votes on them, right? There's the vote to actually put it in the omnibus, or like to vote to show your support for the bill itself, like on its own terms. And that's what these votes are for. And so then after it gets put into the omnibus, after you've shown your support or a rejection for the bill on its own terms, then it does or does not get put into the big omnibus bill, which then you take a vote on that as a whole, right? And so these are the votes on the bills on their own merits, not attached to anything else. The Pregnant Workers Fairness Act passed the Senate 73-24. The Pump Act passed 92-5. What they do is the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act requires that employers provide pregnant workers with reasonable accommodations, such as access to water, increased bathroom breaks, and restrictions on lifting heavy objects. The Pump Act expands legally protected breaks for workers who are nursing babies. So these are very good things. They seem to me to be common sense. They seem to me like they would particularly be common sense for a party that says it's pro-life, or that says it is concerned with the health and well-being of mothers, that's concerned with families, that's concerned with, that's telling women that they cannot have an abortion, that they are forced to give birth. So it seems like if you're going to force somebody to give birth, you should at least protect them while they're at work, because people got to work. Most people got to work, even if you're pregnant, even if you're a mother. So seems to me like that would be something that the Republican Party would support. Amazingly, actually, both of Alabama's senators voted for both of these 2 bills, which is
wow,
that's wild. Richard Shelby, not known for being a populist, right? Richard Shelby, his career in the Senate is now over. He is not known for being a populist. That is not the first thing that comes to your mind when you hear Richard Shelby, and yet he voted for protections for pregnant workers, as did Tommy Tupperville, and he's kind of walking that line. I'm not sure I don't think he's really decided if he wants to associate more with the business Republicans or these business Republicans who are pretending to be working class Republicans, right?
He's also probably not very sure what the word populism means, and so
That's
may
probably
need to
one
get
of the
back
reasons.
with you on
yeah,
that.
yeah, that's probably one of the reasons that he's taking a while to figure out where he's going. But you know who did not vote for both of these bills? Populist working class Republican Josh Hawley, which is wild. He voted for the Pump Act, but he did not vote for the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act. What does that do again? What does that do? Oh, it requires employers to provide pregnant workers with access to water, increased bathroom breaks, and restrictions on lifting heavy objects. So he voted against that, which means that presumably he doesn't reckon pregnant workers ought to have access to water. That their bosses ought to be able to force them to lift heavy things, and that they shouldn't be able to take bathroom breaks. Which is probably super healthy for the baby, I'm sure.
What a jackass.
A few weeks ago, The Hill said that Josh Hawley had emerged as a, quote, champion of GOP populism amid Trump's decline. A couple of weeks ago, separately, Cruz had said that, quote, I think one of the most consequential political shifts of the last decade is that Republicans have become, not are becoming, they have become a blue-collar party. We are the party of working class men and women, says Ted Cruz. We are the party of truck drivers and steelworkers, says Ted Cruz, Harvard-educated fancy boy. And we're the party of railroad union workers, says Ted Cruz. This really just shows you the idea. And every single one of these people, not a single Democrat voted against the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act or the Pump Act. Every single Democrat in the Senate voted for it. The only people that voted against it were Republicans. And yet they're the party of the working class.
If they say it enough, maybe some folks will believe it.
That's just bonkers. And this is not to say, obviously, I think, if you listen to the show long enough, you're going to understand that we're not telling you, like, oh, be gung-ho about the Democrats and spend every weekend knocking on doors for them, right? That's not what we recommend you do. We, in fact, recommend you do not do that and spend your time doing something more fruitful, like...
Which, in this case, would be almost anything
Almost
else.
anything, yeah, like organizing a union or taking a nap,
Self-care, yeah.
Self-care, yeah. These are things that you could do that would be more helpful for the world than, knocking on doors for most Democrats. But we also particularly do not want people to fall for this scam about Republicans being the party of the working class.
Right.
Because one of the people leading this movement in the Republican Party, leading the movement of people pretending to give a damn about working folks, is Josh Hawley. And he doesn't reckon that pregnant folks ought to be able to have access to water at work. Like, what else do you say? That's bonkers. I don't know if you've got anything else on that, Adam, but I can't think of anything else to say other than that's crazy.
No, I mean, I just will echo what you said about that. I mean, the Republicans are doing this posturing about blue collar and working class voters, and of course we could always add in parentheses white, right? Because obviously they're not too interested in appealing to non-white working class voters. And if you're not sure about that, just pay attention to literally anything they say, or the way they present themselves. But even beyond that, part of what's so insidious about it is the entire premise is class as like a cultural affect and identity, and not actually a relationship to the economy and production. And that's where it gets very, very frustrating, and I think mystifying for people. and you walk away from watching Fox News and MSNBC and working class or blue collar, it's almost like a cultural brand, or, you know, it's like what kind of truck you drive and what do you wear, flannel shirts and that kind of thing, as opposed to, okay, do you work for somebody or does someone work for you?
Yeah.
You know, where do you sit in this economy? Are you a wage earner, or do you live off profits and rents and dividends and interest?
Yeah.
And so that's not what they're discussing when they're talking about class. They have tried to shoehorn working class into being a synonym for cultural conservatism.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Oh, yeah, we're real blue collar because, yeah, we also go to church and we also don't like those queers and weirdos coming out of the woodwork. Yep. Never mind that I'm the boss and that I own this company, but I'm very blue collar because I wear flannel and I drive a pickup truck.
Yeah.
Yeah, a $50,000 pickup truck. Yeah. That just has always irritated me, and I've always seen that a lot here in the South, like intersecting with the redneck identity too. You know, you have those like fake rednecks who, yeah, they're trying to portray themselves as these country redneck folks in their $50,000 truck and you know, several $100 outfit. Yeah, it's just, to me, that's what it reminds me of. It reminds me of the rich suburban kids that were play acting as rednecks. And they're doing the same kind of stuff here.
Yeah. If you thought, you know, that the only thing Hyundai is doing wrong in Alabama was forcing 12-year-old children to work in manufacturing plants with OSHA fines for amputation hazards, your estimation of the morals of corporate executives is too high, actually. Last week, another lawsuit alleging racism at Hyundai plants in Alabama was filed, this time by 5 black men who alleged they were denied promotions, unfairly punished, and told to report to their, quote, master,
oh my God,
by a higher-up in the company. And I say another because this is a second lawsuit brought against Hyundai in as many months. Last month, a black executive filed suit as well. And in this lawsuit, they say that this comes subsequent to an EEOC complaint against Hyundai from the same person. They say that Hyundai's argument in the EEOC case against the accusations of racism is that the elevation to the executive team had been, quote, nothing more than a tactic to counter union organizing at the plant, and that since the union threat had abated, she was expendable. So their defense was, no, we're not racist. We just pulled up a token black woman for union busting. That's it. We're not racist. That's all we were doing.
They're race neutral union busting, and it just so happens that black people are getting hurt by it, right? I'm sure it's all a big coincidence.
Here to talk to us about this case and the other one, here to talk to us about both of those cases that he is representing folks for against Hyundai is Arthur Davis, an attorney with HKM Employment Attorneys. Arthur, thanks for taking the time to talk to us this morning. I appreciate it.
No, thank you. Good to meet both of you, and good to join your program this morning.
Absolutely. So, I guess talk to us about this the most recent one first, and then we can go to the one from last month about the the insane defense they had in this EEOC case. But let's talk about this one, the one that was filed last week, where on behalf of those 5 black men who allege, among other things, that they were told to report to their, quote, master. Talk to us about how they came into contact with you and what they and all of the things that they're alleging and what they're looking for from this lawsuit.
Sure. So let me start by saying that these 5 guys are enormously brave. Frederick Coleman, Edward Daniels, Stacy Trimble, Jason Ingram. They have all shown an enormous capacity, and Jimmy Williams, they've all shown an enormous capacity for bravery just by filing a lawsuit. 4 of the 5 of these individuals still work at Hyundai. Now, I want you in your audience to think about that. This is a lawsuit that alleges systematic retaliation, not just discrimination, but retaliation at the plant. So if you're alleging that making internal complaints, going to team relations, talking to your supervisors, if you're alleging that that gets you punished, that gets you demoted, that gets you ridden up, what the heck do you think might happen if you put your name on a federal lawsuit? So for these gentlemen, again, 4 of the 5 still work there. Literally 2 of them were telling me that they got news alerts about this case on Thursday night while they were picking up their cell phones to go home as they were leaving the shift. So it is amazing to me that these gentlemen, and it's noteworthy to me that these gentlemen have shown this kind of courage. So the lawsuit is about what I believe is a culture of discrimination and retaliation at the Hyundai plant in Montgomery. It's as simple as that. It's a plant where almost all the hard work of building cars and painting cars and assembling cars is done by African Americans. And the overwhelming majority of that work is done by African American men. But within this company, if you are an African American, the more the job pays, the more power the job has, the less likely it is to be diverse. So Hyundai promotes Black people to supervise Black people on the front lines. There are plenty of Black team leaders and group leaders. But when you try to move from that level to assistant manager, there's a dramatic drop off. But still, 30% of the assistant managers are Black. But guess what happens when you move to manager? That drops down to less than 10%. And guess what happens when you try to move to the very prestigious role of head of department? Hyundai currently has, out of roughly 20 some heads of department, 2 are African American, and one of those was installed in just the last several months. Now let's go one step beyond that to the executive team, which is roughly 14 or 15 people who run the plant and make all the senior decisions. I want you to mull on this for a minute. In the last 17 years since Hyundai of Montgomery went fully operational, in the last 17 years, 2 Black people have sat on the executive team. 2 in 17 years. Now, on top of that pattern of not promoting and a rigid and hard glass ceiling for Black folks, there has been a blatant pattern of retaliation against people who have the nerve to speak up. So there's one incident where a white manager told a group of Black people, "Oh, Master Swain needs to talk to you. The master wants to talk to you." He obviously thought that was funny. Right. He obviously thought that was funny. Well, there is never has been, never will be anything remotely jocular about an institution that put people in chains and whip them and disfigure them and discard them for life. That ain't joking material. But these gentlemen complain. So what do you think happens after the complaints? After the complaints, a team relations official told several of the Black men, 3 of whom are my clients, Coleman, Daniels, and Williams, they were told, watch out, there's a target on you, there's a red dot on you, and all the hunters listening know what that means, and they're trying to fire you, they're trying to get your jobs. All of these gentlemen have faced retaliation. One of them, Mr. Coleman, was told back in August, he asked, look, I've been applying for promotions for several years. I'm getting good marks in my interviews. I'm getting good performance reviews. Why am I not getting promoted? You know what a senior official told him? You need to stop complaining and making all this noise and make management happy. When you do that, maybe you'll get promoted. So this case is about getting some justice at the Hyundai plant in Montgomery. And we all know in the American legal system, in this capitalist culture that we have, justice is measured by money. So we are seeking financial damages. We're seeking damages for lost wages, because when these men are denied promotions, they're denied income that they're entitled to. But we're also seeking damages for emotional distress. One of my clients, and I won't name which one, but it's mentioned in the lawsuit, one of my clients has literally had to take the last 2 months off at work because of the pressure that he's under and the anxiety that he's under, knowing that every day he goes to work, he feels there's a bullseye on him. Some people handle that. Some people, though, feel that stress and they feel that pressure, and that's wrong. And that's why the law awards compensatory damages. So we are looking forward to litigating this case. I'm working with a very talented lawyer, Ivy Best, who's one of the most brilliant young lawyers I've ever worked with. We look forward to litigating these cases and the case of Yvette Gilkey-Schufert that we filed a month ago.
Yes, and I think you mentioned this earlier, but I just want to underscore how, you know, even the team leads or you know the assistant managers you were talking about, there's 30% of black folks, or 30% of those positions are occupied by black folks. This is in a facility that is 85%. The workforce is 85% black, and so immediately when you go from the front lines to just 2 layers above, you're looking at like a third of the people that are actually doing the work or being promoted, and you know there's. And then beyond that, beyond just the statistical stuff that you've got, you have these, and one of the things that you haven't mentioned here, but that is in this AL.com article, is that one of the people that you're representing said that he applied for a promotion, and immediately after that promotion, after he applied, that promotion or that open position was withdrawn despite it not being filled, right?
Right,
so
right.
There's clear, like, we don't want, you know, it's clear by the numbers, it's clear by the retaliation when you talk about discrimination happening, and it's clear by closing open positions that are not being filled when the only people that are applying is black folks.
So let me put this in perspective. Let's say that somehow Alabama was 85% black. Let's say Alabama was 85% black. But let's say that every official in the state, every member of the legislature, everyone who held a senior position was white. That wouldn't be conceivable, right?
Right.
So that's sort of what goes on in the culture of Hyundai. But let me talk about Yvette Gilkey-Schufert for a moment, because you asked me how these cases came to be. I don't think that these 5 men, as brave as they are, I don't believe they would have come forward without Yvette Gilkey-Schufert being willing to file a charge of discrimination, to file a lawsuit a month ago. Yvette Gilkey-Schufert, I mentioned there are only in 17 years 2 black people have been in executive leadership. Well, she was one of them. She was in executive leadership for 4 years. She was fired for reasons, we believe, of discrimination and retaliation earlier this year. And I'll be candid with you. They offered her a good chunk of money. And they said, if you'll just go away quietly, we'll write you a big check. And we may even say nice things about you to folks in the corporate world in the state of Alabama. She knew she had been done wrong, and she refused to take their money in exchange for silence.
Wow.
Because as you and your audience knows, when a company says to you, oh, we'll settle with you, there's always a price for that settlement. You will never talk about it, and you'll never talk about the amount of money that you got. So, and you know what the company will do. Internally, they'll tell people, oh, that was a nuisance case. We sold it for nuisance value. So they're out there painting a picture that they gave you pennies to make you go away, no matter what they gave you, and you can't say a thing about it. That is the price of a settlement, and that's how things often work. And many people say, you know what, I need the money. And I respect that. I'm a plaintiff's lawyer, so we negotiate plenty of settlements. But I give Yvette an enormous amount of credit. I promise you, if you knew the amount of money that she was offered, I suspect 95 out of 100 people in the state of Alabama would have said, you know what, forget this discrimination business. She was courageous enough to stand up And once she stood up, it did get covered in the media. These gentlemen said, if this lady can stand up, we can stand up too.
And some of the there are 3 instances that are called out in the AL.com article about hers, and so we'll talk about the first 2, which are pretty crazy, and then we'll save the best for last, as it were, as far as the Union Talk radio show is concerned. One of them, she said she was paid $15,000 less than similarly situated counterparts, which is pretty bad in and of itself. Then another one, she said that during a meeting, she found that, or as she was elevated to this, quote, director of administration in 2018, she found that her duties had been so pared back that a white executive, quote, joked that her, quote, primary role during team sessions was to ensure the coffee stayed hot.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Let me give you context for that. So the normal position of the normal duties of director of administration are you run vending, you run business relations, you run HR, you run team relations, you participate in all business planning. The HR function was taken away from her. The team relations function was taken away from her. She was denied membership in all the business planning sessions. So one of the few duties that she had left, her principal duties, frankly, were Black political outreach and working with political folks like Congresswoman Sewell and the leadership in Montgomery, and working with Quinn Ross at Alabama State. Those were honestly her primary duties for a lot of the time she spent there, that 4 years. But one of the duties left with her was managing vendors. Well, vendors include cafeteria services, and that includes the people who provide the coffee for the executive session meetings. So one day the coffee was lukewarm, and the joke was made of that your primary duty is to make sure the coffee's warm.
Wow.
Because vendors who supply the coffee fell under her leadership. Now, this is the reality. You have this position that when a white man held it, her predecessor was a white guy whose background was in PR. No disrespect to PR, right? We're doing PR right now in a sense. But he came up in the ranks and was a PR guy who then they moved into management to give him some experience. He became director of administration. He had the whole kit and caboodle. He ran human relations. He ran team relations, participated in all the business planning meetings, has an undergraduate BA. Well, when a vet gets the position, a vet has an MBA. A vet has been experienced in every major aspect of production leadership at Hyundai. When she gets the role, despite her substantial experience in her MBA, the position is downsized. All of the major duties are sliced away. So all of a sudden, her being in charge of the people who bring in coffee does become a big part of her portfolio. That tells you so much about the culture of this company. Because any company that discriminates against people on the front line truly understand that that discrimination, that mindset is going to make its way up the food chain. And even the African Americans who do manage to break through, they are vulnerable to being slapped down at some point. And listen to something, this is about women too. Yvette Shuford is also one of only 2 women who've held a senior leadership role in the executive team. One of only 2 women in 17 years. About a third of the workforce at Hyundai is female. But again, a fraction of the leadership is female. And that's not just Black women, that's white women as well. Hyundai is happy to have Blacks and women help build cars. They're happy to have that happen. But when you talk about putting people in leadership positions, and you talk about putting people in senior roles and paying them real money, and yes, you mentioned the example of pay that's a classic area of discrimination. Yvette Shuford, now get this, there are roughly 14 people on the executive team. Of the directors, the people who are director level, and there were 7 of them, only 2 of them had a terminal degree. Head of legal had a JD. She had an MBA. She was paid $15,000 less than the head of legal, even though a JD and an MBA are exactly comparable degrees, and she was paid $7,000 to $10,000 less than the other white guys who held their positions. So she was underpaid for 4 years, not given the responsibilities her predecessor, who was less educated and less experienced, was given. I call that a culture of discrimination.
Absolutely. And one of the reasons that that I think the article alludes to that some of those HR responsibilities might have been pared away was alluded to in the EEOC case that she brought against Hyundai before filing this lawsuit with you, where during this EEOC case, and I called you yesterday because Adam didn't believe that we were reading the article right. But I called you yesterday and confirmed that in the EEOC case, Hyundai's defense was that they only elevated her to kill a union campaign. So they basically, they got, one of them kind of, right? They got somebody from a black woman, elevated her to a position of authority. See, look how much we care about black folks, about women. And that was, and they just said that was their defense. And so one of the things that was that I think I remember the article saying that they thought that there were people at the ground level that were maybe emboldened by her perhaps to bring discrimination complaints. And so that's maybe one of the reasons why they pared back some of the HR stuff, is because maybe she actually cared a little bit about the workers as an executive. And they were like, oh no, we can't have that. Am I reading that right?
You're reading it exactly right. And this was breathtaking to me as a lawyer. Normally, when companies file position statements with EEOC, frankly, it's usually very generic. Literally, they spend the first 2 pages quoting from their HR manual. And those are the first 2 pages of the response, whether it's 5 pages or 20, those are always the first 2. So I candidly expected the company to sort of stick to the story they gave Yvette Schufert when they fired her. They told her there was a restructuring going on. And I thought that they would say, yeah, we decided to do a restructuring and we're in the middle of doing it now. And I thought they might even say, and it wasn't just this position, it was several others. Now, we didn't buy that, but we were prepared to challenge it. But I'll be candid with you, I thought, and I told my client, that's what they're going to say. Well, lo and behold, in writing, they said, no, this was not about discrimination, not about retaliation, and it wasn't really about a restructuring either. We put Yvette Gilkey-Schufert in this position, quoting their position statement, because we felt that elevating her would counter union organizing that was going on at the plant. Now we feel that the union threat, and that's what they called it, the union threat has abated. So it was no longer necessary to have her in this role. Now, here's the kicker. None of her job had to do with countering union organizing. That was not a single line item of her job. So what does that mean? That someone whose job had nothing to do with union organizing was put in the job to counter union organizing? As the old folk used to say, Ray Charleston, see what that means. What it means is that this company felt that elevating a black person as a token might appease the black people at the plant. And if you appease them, they're not going to want to join. And we all know the phrase they use, the union, as if there's one union in the United States of America. They always say the union, right? It sounds like they say the blacks. A lot of these same folks use the phrase the blacks. Well, they also will say the union. Well, they felt that if African Americans said, oh, wow, now one of us is in a senior role, so we don't need to worry about this union stuff. And obviously they felt like it sort of worked. So they say in their position statement, it's an official government document, an official position of theirs now, they say that they concluded that the union threat had faded, so we no longer needed her in this position. You can't even wrap your hands around what that means. From a legal standpoint, it means that they have conceded that race was a motivating factor in their decision, and we dang sure pled and argued that. But from just a moral standpoint, instead of saying we put this person in a job because we trusted them, if they had said, you know what, this person wasn't performing, they might be wrong, but we'd understand that defense. If they had said, well, we just concluded she wasn't doing the job she was hired to do. I told the vet, I at any given time have 40 to 50 cases. Hers might be the only case that I have where the company's defense is not in some way, shape, or form poor performance. And their position statement, they had not a negative word to say about her job performance. I can't tell you how rare that is. I've had clients who've had spotless records that they say, well, they had a good record, but they were late the 2 days before we fired them. They've been here for 5 years. They were late those 2 days. And you're sitting there saying, really? With a vet, they don't even suggest there was a problem. That is so rare in these cases for them to admit no performance issues, no disciplinary issues, no infractions, but we just thought that we didn't need a token anymore, so goodbye.
Wow.
It's so egregious. It's a pretty shocking one.
So it sounds like you're feeling pretty good about this one.
Well, lawsuits take a long time, and I always tell my clients that cases can easily take 3 years to get to trial. Even if cases settle, that can often be a 1.5 to 2 year process. And I always tell my clients, if we go to a jury and we win, they're going to appeal. The appeal will last for another 1.5 years. So before you see money, it could be 5 years. These cases, and that's almost a whole separate program, it is shameless how long it takes cases to litigate in the American federal courts. But we feel confident that, first of all, these individuals deserve a champion. That's always my standard when I decide, do I bring a lawsuit? Does my client deserve a champion? And then do they have facts that are meritorious that can stand up in federal court? I'm not telling you, Jacob, anything you don't know. The federal judges in Alabama are overwhelmingly pro-business. They're overwhelmingly conservative. And they have the mindset, understand one thing about federal judges. It literally requires an act of Congress to fire them. They have to be impeached. So they often can't relate to the notion of somebody being fired. They can't relate to the notion of somebody being told, you've worked here for 19 years and now you have to go, as Yvette Schufert was told, because that can't happen to them.
Right.
No matter how they perform, no matter how many times they're reversed, that cannot happen to them.
Coming up on the end of the show, we got about 45 seconds left, but yeah, definitely a long road ahead, but looking forward to you making them pay, Mr. Davis.
Well, thank you for giving me and my clients the time this morning.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Just to start off with, we all know what's been going on with the Crowder Daily Wire contract negotiation saga. We reviewed the contract that Crowder was offered with a union contract negotiator, so that's that we thought that was a pretty interesting contrast there. We also talked about Candace Owens attacking Amazon workers for some reason in her screed against Crowder, and so today, and this is probably going to be the last thing we talk about this with this saga. But I wanted to react to this because I found this Labor Day message that Steven Crowder had a few years ago, and it's interesting because the language he uses is just pretty different than what he's been using in this contract negotiation saga. And so just to remind people, a lot of this has been around free speech, but there was some issues that he took with the working conditions, and particularly the amount of work that he would have to do under this contract. And so, let's just remind people what he said about the amount of work he would have to do under this contract. Let's play that first Crowder clip.
Don't sign something that has another $100,000 daily penalty if it's not signed off on beforehand. You get hit by a car, you have a sick day, you could lose $100,000 a day. Hey, Anyone wonder why there's burnout in this? Anyone wonder why you have kids come up and they leave and never to come back? You think if you had that kind of a penalty, you think if someone said, hey, we're going to penalize you $10,000 every day you miss coming into work, you think you'd be stressed? This is worse than the left.
And so, look, he's really upset about not being able, about the idea that if he misses a day that he was scheduled to work, he would get a $100,000 penalty. Now, a $100,000 penalty, that's interesting. I wonder what that is relatively, right? Like if I got a $100,000 penalty, that would mean that I am having to pay my employer for missing a day of work, right? That would be unfair, okay? And so let's put that in context. The contract offer was for $50 million over 4 years. And so a $100,000 penalty for missing a scheduled day really doesn't seem that bad when you're talking about $50 million over 4 years. Not so bad. Also not so bad when you consider that the contract only had him working for 4 days a week. For 4 days a week, almost certain, working is producing 4 daily shows. One show every day, 4 days a week. That was the schedule. And so, obviously this isn't going to take him, 10 or 12 hours. These are not 4 10s or 4 12s. This is in all likelihood like 4 5s for somebody like him. Maybe some of the people on his production staff would be putting in 4 10s or something, but not Steven Crowder, right? Obviously. And so, and on top of that, the contract allowed for 4 weeks of paid vacation, which is something that not a lot of working people get. And so, he's talking about burnout because he has 4-day work weeks and a 4-week vacation. Obviously very silly. Very silly when you compare it to normal working people. The average salary in the United States is like $50,000. Most people, do not get 4 weeks of paid vacation. It's just, this is very silly stuff coming from him. And it's also silly when you compare it to his past rhetoric, which is what we're going to look at today. This is a video that he put out on Labor Day 3 or 4 years ago, and we're going to play this clip in full and react to it. So let's go ahead and start that, Adam.
All right.
Oh, hello there. Allow me to express an unpopular opinion for a moment, if I may. Labor Day, as a national holiday, is a scam, and I hate it. No, I'm not going to try and steal your get-out-of-work-free day. You can rest easy enjoying your barbecue and beer while your boss ultimately picks up the slack to keep your pay stubs coming in, all because some arbitrary holiday was marketed to celebrate the working class, and you now feel entitled to it.
Okay,
Poor
stop there.
excuse for picking
So
a man's
here's
pocket every first Monday of September.
Hold on just a second.
Seeing as I'm apparently the only one who knows.
Ooh.
He's going through all of this about like, oh, how bad it is that you have a day off, that you have a day off. For many people, it's unpaid, and for many people, actually, they're going to work today on Labor Day. Like a lot of people. I mean, what would you say, Adam, is the percentage of people that actually have to work on Labor Day? Like 50% of people, maybe?
Yeah, that's a good question.
That's
I'd
a
like
lot.
to know. I mean, because obviously you're talking about the service industry, healthcare industry.
Yeah.
Right. There's so many folks that do have to work on Labor Day. I hate everything about the way this looks. It grosses me out. I'm not sure, not sure what this look is about. Yeah.
But
Free Americans said Hugh Hefner. Yeah, that's
Right,
a good
yeah.
reference there. He's going for this Hugh Hefner look maybe, and his little rifle up there. Okay.
So he's, the idea that he's attacking working people who are not making millions of dollars every year for possibly getting 1 day off. While today, 4 years ago, he was doing that, and today he is crying and talking about how he would get burnout if he had to work 4 days a week and he couldn't just arbitrarily not work one of them with 4 weeks of paid vacation.
I mean, and according to him, if he missed work, his boss is going to have to work extra to pick up the slack just to make sure that pay stub comes through on time.
Yeah.
might be worth mentioning that labor creates wealth, and that's where value comes from. But hey, it is what it is.
Yeah, let's keep going.
Poor excuse for picking a man's pocket every first Monday of September. Seeing as I'm apparently the only one who knows that around here, allow me to explain my opinion. Now, Labor Day was created at a rare moment in history where unions actually served a purpose beyond bitching about six-figure benefit packages and determining which other members' tires they'd slash because of bullshit card check voting. See, that's because the Industrial Revolution, unlike the Agricultural Revolution, which preceded it, resulted in an
stop there.
economy...
Just stop there, because I want to remark again. Here he is. I mean, he's deriding union workers for. He said bitching about six-figure payment packages, while he today is bitching about seven-figure payment packages, which and just for the record, many union people do not make six figures. Probably most union workers do not make six-figure.
And those who do, in most cases, do actually
work for it.
Hard work.
Yes.
Work that creates value for a capitalist, clearly, or they wouldn't be compensated as well as they are. I'm thinking about people who work in, manufacturing, people who do specialized trade work, hard work that required training, work that requires a level of skill and sacrifice, all of which are things I would not say about what would you call him? A content creator?
Yeah. Right.
And it's not to say there's not like work that's put into that. We put work into, bringing the show to the airwaves every week, but come on now.
Yeah. Oh, and actually Sid in the chat mentioned it's an 8-figure paycheck that he's bitching about. Not even a 7-figure. He's in the tens of millions of dollars that he was bitching about. And also Free American in the chat says, wasn't September chosen to get Labor Day away from May Day? And that's the actual factual thing, right? Is that Labor Day was chosen to be in September to get it away from the real actual radical militant history of labor in the United States and globally. Let's continue.
With a select few people at the top, and then a manual labor class in the factories who were working very long hours just to squeak out a living, sometimes 12 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Pause it! That's happening today! Today in union workplaces and in non-union workplaces. But that's what we've been talking about with this paper mill. And so, yes, some of these people get paid six figures, but they're working 6 to 7 days a week, 10, 12, 16 hours a day. Same thing with the coal mines, same thing with these Kellogg's workers. And, he is attacking these people.
Yeah, this is an old trope that folks trot out all the time when they're bashing unions.
They used to be needed, but now everybody's got it so good.
Right. Back in the old days, maybe there was a place for them, but, we don't really need them anymore. And my question is, what exactly has changed? Because last I checked, whether the year's 1880 or 1980 or 2023, we have a socio-economic system designed around the pursuit of private profit, and that's how our production is operated. And you have capitalists who are trying to squeeze as much as they can from their labor force. And the fact that there are some differences now between now and the Industrial Revolution is a testament to the struggle and the victories of working class people coming together to extract concessions from the boss and from the state. It's a pitiful argument because, as you point out, anything that happened back then, just about you could point to today, whether that's the continued existence of child labor, the continued overwork of folks, the continued poverty of folks, the continued inequality. In fact, the inequality now rivals that of the Gilded Age. I'll party foul.
Yeah.
That was an actual moment in history, unlike the fabricated one today from entitled leftist socialists who bitch that the American dream is more out of reach than ever because they might have to work a double shift at their retail job to pay off their gender studies degree that they think the taxpayers should ultimately subsidize. Also, notice that I said manual.
It is more difficult to work a double shift at a retail place than to do whatever it is that Steven Crowder is doing right here that he's going to be making 8 figures for. Okay.
Yeah, and also statistically, the American dream is very much dead for a large number of people in this country, and it's not because of a gender studies degree.
Yeah.
Okay. If you're,
yeah,
if
and
you're
it's
not
also
sure about that,
right.
just look into social mobility in this country.
Also look at who holds student debt. The majority, the largest single degree holders. The largest percentage of union of college debt is held by nurses. So, yeah.
Laborers and not working class. Because the idea that someone who owns that factory, or today someone who owns a business or happens to be an independent contractor, is not working is absurd, insulting, and ironically, anti-intellectual. Think about it. The only difference between a lawyer, a doctor, an investor, or independent business owner, and the working class, as is the current nomenclature, is that the former simply work with their minds instead of their bodies. Does that mean that their work is any less valuable? I thought the left had the corner on intelligentsia. Or does that only apply to modern humanities majors who posit theories and philosophies that needn't yield results in the real world? But hey,
okay, we can just stop for there just really quickly. I don't know what he's talking about, the modern nomenclature of working class, but the distinction between the working class and the owning class is whether or not you work to make a living, right? Whether you work with your brain or your hands or whatever, if your subsistence comes from wages you receive for hours you sell, hours of your time that you sell to a business, you are a worker. You are a worker. You're in the working class. The thing that makes you not in the working class is if your money comes from owning. So small business owners, they might perform labor. Some of their work might come from labor time, wages and things like this. But but also some of their money comes from profits, just from owning. And the larger your business, the more that percentage of income creates for you. And this, that's the distinction. Whether or not your money comes from owning or working, that's the distinction.
To a T. After all, what gives the working class or proletariats the rights to have the government violently seize businesses and means of production from others outside of the fact that the very cerebral work required to create it in the first place is simply not valued in a communist society? While we're speaking of value, let's go back to the value of time. Again.
Okay, so I want to keep this moving, but I just want to point out that capitalist governments sometimes do things violently. I'll just leave it at that.
Today, most Americans are horrified to learn that in the time of the Industrial Revolution, many people were working 12-hour days without breaks. Because in the age of today, the average 34-hour work week, who would ever consider putting themselves through that? And that's where we come full circle. Today, while you enjoy your melanoma and corn beer, there are still plenty of people who work those kinds of hours without the benefit of a labor union. They're called business owners.
Okay, all right, yeah. No, I'm sorry, but no, that doesn't count. I thought for a second there he was about to say something real, that, there are people who are working their ass off and they don't have labor unions. And
maybe agricultural workers.
That's exactly who came to my mind. People who are sun up to sundown, picking crops in the heat, in the cold. Yeah, that disturbs me, but I'm going to keep it going.
People you'll inevitably find time to vilify today between your hot dog eating contest and waking up in a boozy puddle of your own filth on some stranger's lawn. Because
also, that sounds a lot like projection.
Yeah, I have never once had a Labor Day like that. I've never once had a Labor Day life. And it's also worth mentioning the average 34-hour week. I don't know where he gets that from, but it's also...
I would be more than happy, though, for us to reduce the full-time work week to 34 or 30 hours or lower, but I don't know where he's getting that either. We've got a lot of discussion in the chat that there's a video clip of him getting punched by a union guy. Please send that to us. I would love to see that today.
Oh, have you not seen that?
I don't think I have.
Really?
I stay away.
Oh, dude,
I don't see. You know more about these creeps than I do.
Oh,
I
yeah,
don't.
dude.
I purposely try not to know who these people are.
Oh yeah, it's big.
So yeah, I'd need to see that video.
You were taking the day off to play drunken lawn darts. They were likely working to make sure that the lights are still on. Someone has to make sure that you can find your way when you tardily stumble in on Tuesday looking for the Alka-Seltzer. Listen, enjoy your silly day off and have fun. My only point here is that Labor Day just highlights the gross mass generalizations that come from the left in the 21st century. Even though they accuse the right of being racist at every opportunity possible, it is they who exclusively separate and view people through the prism of sex, race, age, and yes, socioeconomic status. This classism is just another way to divide and conquer, turn brother against brother, and to make you think that you're somehow owed something that only Big Brother can provide. So enjoy your Labor Day, and enjoy your weekends off and 8-hour work days for that matter. And yes, like you'll see in all the social media trends today, you can in part thank a union for those luxuries. Just know that they're afforded to you because of someone who enjoys none of them. Someone who doesn't have a standard weekend and has likely gone years of working tireless hours and borrowing money just to make payroll. So, okay, for your time off, benefits, and silly little end of summer holiday, thank a union. As for your job and the ability to provide for you and yours, thank a business owner.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, it's just absolutely wild to believe that, that describes the majority of business owners, that this is like an accurate depiction of, the owning class as just these workaholics.
Right.
It's absurd.
I mean, there's basically a handful of families that control almost all the wealth in this country.
Right.
And you want me to feel bad for them.
Yeah.
There's a lot of terms we could use for a person like that.
And the idea that he used classism to describe antagonism towards the owning class,
class struggle is a reality. Whether you want to name it, whether you want to talk about it, it's just a reality of a society in which there's hierarchy and unequal distribution of wealth and power. Yeah. Doesn't matter if you want to acknowledge it. Doesn't matter if you want to talk about it or not. It's happening. So,
and it's worth just remembering that today Steven Crowder is crying about not being able to willy-nilly take a day off from his 4-day work week, from his $8 million contract. And 3 years ago, he was admonishing working people for taking Labor Day off. We talked last week about the Death Star bill. That's what the Texas AFL-CIO is calling the preemption bill in Texas, that is overruling municipalities' ability to set labor protections. And we talked in particular about the fact that this is going to override mandated water breaks in some municipalities, which are, amazingly... It's amazingly in the vein that why would anybody have an issue with this? But there were ordinances in a couple of municipalities in Texas that said that workers must be given the opportunity to have a 10-minute water break every 4 hours. And so in reaction to this absolutely crazy, woke, liberal, communist agenda to make sure that workers in the Texas heat have water, really insane stuff that these people are doing, the Texas legislature signed a bill that's going to preempt municipalities' ability to do this kind of stuff and overrules it. So meaning that these protections are no longer going to be operable in these municipalities, and workers will no longer have that protection to get water breaks. I mean, it's insane. But it does go beyond that. And so David Griscom, who lives in Texas, he writes for Jacobin magazine occasionally. He was on the Majority Report yesterday talking about just how expansive this bill is. And so I took a couple of clips from that from his appearance yesterday. And so let's play this first one, Adam.
This bill, so on September 1st, those local provisions in cities like Austin and Dallas will go away. But it's so much broader than just the water break issue that I think it's really important breaking down what exactly this bill does, because the water break thing, is taking the headlines because it's so egregious, it's so clearly cruel and anti-worker. But this is everything, frankly, that this bill covers. So this was put forward by Dustin Burrows in the House, Republican from Lubbock, and it's called a preemption bill. And what that means is it basically preempts localities and local and city governments from being able to pass any kind of rule or legislation on things that state code covers. So we're talking about things like water breaks. We're also talking about things like fracking bans. We're talking about environmental procedures. We're talking about ability to rule over healthcare, housing. Basically, it strips local government in the state of Texas from being able to govern. And it's been presented as that. Dustin Burrows was being interviewed by this right-wing organization, and he said it's really a stay in your lane bill. And a lot of these local politicians will be happy because it means that the only thing that they're really going to have to be worried about doing is filling potholes and not having to answer big questions about governance. And
right, absolutely, I totally agree. It's taking local government to a point where it's like, what is the mayor and city council's job at that point?
Right.
And of course, it's a way to squash local power. It's easier to build power at the local level. It's easier sometimes to get reforms passed at the local level.
Right.
Especially in a state like Texas or a state like Alabama, where the state legislature is so tilted to the far right, and thanks to gerrymandering and various other reasons, they have a super majority. I'm not sure if they have a super majority in Texas, in the Texas legislature, but obviously in Alabama they do. The Republicans have a super majority here in our legislature, and so for all those reasons, people try to make their lives better at the local level. They try to work within their local communities, and obviously that's a problem for Republicans in the state government there in Texas and in Alabama.
Yeah, and he expanded on some of the motivations for this kind of stuff. Let's play this second clip from him.
But if you look at the actual opinion on a lot of these hot button issues of Texans, the way that the Republican Party is governing is not in line with these things at all. So the only opportunity that Texans have to maybe push for a more politics that's more reflective of their values and ideas has been on the local level. And that's why the Republican Party, they've been spooked by the potential of good examples, right? If working in Austin is better than working in the county outside of the city, that might be harmful for Republicans politically down the line. So this is an attempt not only to deny democracy, but also a response to a threat that they've been feeling, that if you can have more progressive politicians and policies in the major cities in the state, that might be threatening to their political power and legitimacy.
I mean, and I feel like they might have lifted this a little bit from what is happening in Mississippi. I don't know if you followed that, but where the state legislature essentially has disempowered Jackson from doing a lot of things on a local city level, and is overriding the ability of cities and parts of their state that are more diverse, more non-white people, maybe more of organizing action happening in those areas, and attempting to cut their legs off from under them. It is the definition of big government that they're supposedly hateful towards, but it's and it also, to return to your point about disempowerment, how disempowering is this, where you feel like you can't get involved on a local level in your city and try to advocate for positions that are going to help you, and that you're electing politicians that are supposedly representing you, but they don't have the ability to do so because of what Abbott and the Republicans on the state level are trying to do.
I think those are really good points about that. You know, being scared by the potential of good examples is definitely, you know, that's a prime reason for overriding local control. And but of course, this bill does not take away the municipality's ability to give tax breaks to companies to try to attract them to their municipality. It only inhibits their ability to protect the workers that are going to be actually doing the labor for the companies that they're going to try to bring there. And Emma's definitely right that this is not just isolated to Texas. She mentioned Mississippi, and we can hop over to the next state, to Alabama, to talk about the exact same kind of thing. Birmingham passed a minimum wage increase to $10.10 an hour. I think, probably, when was that, Adam? Almost a decade ago?
Now that you say it, actually, yeah, it was back in 2015, maybe.
Jeez.
2016, somewhere in that range, when we were doing that organizing.
Yeah, so it's but Birmingham passed it before the organizing really took off here in Huntsville.
Right, yeah, Birmingham led the way, and there was a raise the wage movement there in Birmingham. They were able to push and get the city council and the mayor at the time to agree to raise the wage in Birmingham. And raise the wage campaigns took off across the state, and I was involved a little bit with the one here in Huntsville. And it felt like as soon as we were getting some momentum, as they pointed out earlier in the clip, you know, they cut the legs out from underneath us. And banned cities from even having the ability to do such a thing. And similar with the Confederate monuments. It was actually a pretty similar track. It was like, okay, so a year or two later, a lot of the same people were all working on getting rid of the Confederate monument in Huntsville. And what did they do? They passed a damn law in the state legislature saying you can't do that either. And so, you know, it's all about using state power in such a way to disempower everyday people. And, you know, that seems to be what's happening in Texas. And it's certainly what has happened here in Alabama and in Mississippi as well. I'm glad she brought that up.
Absolutely.
And in terms of, you know, the economic development and the tax breaks and subsidies, I wonder if this would prevent cities in Texas from doing something like a community benefits agreement. Right, which is a different tack to take when you're doing economic development, but you could have a community benefits agreement where there are things in black and white spelled out with the company that says basically here are the strings attached to this project. It may be, you know, a certain amount of minority representation in the workforce. It may be setting up a pre-apprenticeship training program to, you know, recruit folks and get folks in a pipeline to be employed there. It could be environmental protections. It could be union neutrality. These are all things that could be in a community benefits agreement, and these are all options that local government could pursue if they wanted to in economic development, to say, hey, if we're going to give you a tax break or a subsidy or write you a check, as they sometimes do, here's some ways we're going to protect the community to ensure we're not just you know, doing another corporate handout. And I worry if this bill in Texas would actually take that option off the table for local government.
Yeah, I don't know. It could. It very well could. And so, but you know, David opens his segment with you know, saying that he likes to try to write about you know, these issues in a way that you know, explains how people can win, and so he wrapped up with you know, a very similar message, I think, to what we promote on our show, which is you know, which is why we're such big fans of David. David's great, and you know, that it's not hopeless just because you can't pass ordinances in your city. That doesn't mean that you can't get water breaks. And so let's listen to how David wraps up.
Okay, if the politics is blocked right now, it means that the fight has to go into labor. And just because these things are blocked on the state level doesn't mean on the political level doesn't mean you can't win these things in contracts. So for Texans listening to this means it is critical that you support the institutions like the Teamsters who are fighting for things like air conditioning and better protections for themselves, support the nurses who are on strike here at Ascension, and recognize that, like, even though the Republicans might be able to control the legislature and the state government, the vast wealth that is created in the state is created by the work of millions of Texans, and recognizing that you have a lot more leverage than you are told. Utilizing that to fight for yourself and your neighbors and your coworkers is the only way we're going to be able to get out of this kind of crisis. So no time for despair. It's time to get to work.
Yep.
Absolutely agree.
Yeah, and I can't think of anything else to say on that. So that's as good a way to end that segment as any. We've got a great show for you today, folks. We're really excited about it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm definitely excited to have Professor Adolph Reed Jr. on the show. I know he is a controversial guest, apparently, I'm hearing, but I, for one, really appreciate him being on the show. And as we get ready to bring him on, I did want to take a moment to share the description of his latest book, The South, Jim Crow and Its Afterlives, just to sort of ground the conversation and to let folks know about this book, which I was a big fan of. So, the last generation of Americans with the living memory of Jim Crow will soon disappear. They leave behind a collective memory of segregation shaped increasingly by its horrors and heroic defeat, but not a nuanced understanding of everyday life in Jim Crow America. In the South, Adolph L. Reed Jr., New Orleans, political scientist, and according to Cornel West, the greatest democratic theorist of his generation, takes up the urgent task of recounting the granular realities of life in the last decades of the Jim Crow South. Reed illuminates the multifaceted structures of the segregationist order. Thanks to his personal history and political acumen, we see America's apartheid system from the ground up, not just its legal framework or systems of power, but the way these systems structured the day-to-day interactions, lives, and ambitions of ordinary working people. The South unravels the personal and political dimensions of the Jim Crow order, revealing the sources and objectives of this unstable regime, its contradictions and weaknesses, and the social order that would replace it. The South is more than a memoir or a history. Filled with analysis and fascinating firsthand accounts, the book is required reading for anyone seeking a deeper understanding of America's second peculiar institution and the future created in its wake. So, Professor Reed, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for being here.
Oh, well, good morning, brothers, and thanks so much for having me. It's a real pleasure. I got to tell you, I had to pause for a second. It's ridiculous to make sure that we aren't in the same time zone. And then I just you remembered all those years of driving through LaGrange, Georgia, on I-85, going from Atlanta to New Orleans, and I was reassured.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah. So some folks listening, I'm sure, are familiar with your work, but some not so much. You've had a long career studying and advocating for the working class. So could you introduce yourself and just talk a little bit about your work over the years, and in particular, why you have spent so much of your time studying the working class?
Well, yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, I'm not sure where to begin, although I was forewarned and had time to think about it. But I'll say this, like I lived through, I was born in 1947, which is pertinent. And I lived just about full time in the South from about a year after the Brown decision till the end of the 1970s, so near the end of the first year of the Reagan administration. And I lived between Arkansas, Louisiana, North Carolina, and Georgia, and worked a lot in South Carolina during that same period. So my personal biography, I guess, covers most of what's now called the Deep South. And I grew up during the period, the last decades of the Jim Crow order, when it had begun to unravel both internally and in response to external pressures, though none of us at the time realized that it was unraveling, or at least very few people did, and I certainly wasn't one of them. Why I've been interested in the working class? Well, I mean, well, I shouldn't be coy. Like, I came from a left-leaning family, so it was like natural,
right,
for me. And I'll tell you something funny. When at the beginning of this century, Michael Walzer, editor of Dissent, approached me about writing something for an occasional feature that they had called "Why I'm Still on the Left," and I said, "Sure, I'll do it." And then I tried to write about it, or I tried to write it, and then tried to think about it. And I realized I didn't have any answers that went beyond, well, where else would I be, right? I mean, there's like, in the words of, and I'll have to edit this, I guess, for radio, but in the words of an old textile organizer in North Carolina in the late 50s, you either work for the MF, or sorry, you either own the MF or you work for it. And
Right.
I've never been part of the group that owns it, so.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And, I've always said my philosophy in life is that I'm not better than anybody else, and ain't nobody else better than me. And that's
Yep.
just sort of my
Ditto.
approach. And I think that really, is something that resonates in your work as well. And before we
Thank you.
before we get into the book and some of the themes there, I did want to start with labor issues, since we are a union radio show.
Yep.
And I think, we're experiencing this upsurge, or at least it seems like we're experiencing an upsurge with the labor movement. We've got new industries like breaking into Amazon and Starbucks, record public approval of unions, and we've gotten some militant reformers elected to office in the UAW, the Teamsters, the reform movements elsewhere. So what do you make of this current moment for labor?
Well, yeah, it's an important question, obviously. I mean, look, I know there's some people out there who think that I don't want anybody ever to be happy. Right? But the reality is, no, these are good signs. These are all good signs. There's some not so good signs too, like what's happening politically,
right?
And with the Supreme Court, clearly, like most recently in the Teamster case. The thing, one thing I've been saying for a long time now is that progressive, leftist, activist, whatever we're supposed to be, you have to stop acting like an advertising agency, by which I mean we have to stop. And although I know people want things to feel good about and to feel encouraged, we have to stop this practice of proclaiming victories at the very beginning of a struggle, right? And all these signs that you mentioned and others are good and hopeful signs. But the thing about the historic significance of something is that it can only be determined by the passage of history itself, or playing out of the history itself, right? So they're good possibilities, they're important possibilities, and we should be encouraged by them as little openings that we can maybe build on and eventually get to building the thing that we actually need to turn the country around.
Right, absolutely. I mean, I think at this point, after so many years of neoliberal domination, just little openings, these little openings are hopeful. What do you see in terms of the South? What's our role, in this working class movement today?
Well, that's also very interesting. As you know, I mean, there are groups that have been calling for organizing the South for a long time. I mean, from one perspective or another, going back to Operation Dixie at the end of World War II, but more recently from groups like Black Workers for Justice and the Southern Workers Assembly now, which is an interesting formation to pay attention to, right? And it's certainly been the case that if we can crack that nut, right, then we're in good shape. Like if you want to add to the list of little victories along the way, and this is kind of tooting our own horn, but we're in the Labor Party. We actually won a ballot line for a South Carolina Labor Party in 2006, and we did it by gathering more than 16,000 signatures of registered voters in the state who signed a petition calling on the Secretary of State to recognize a Labor Party. And and we worked mainly at flea markets and other places where working class people congregated. Right, there's no point going to the country clubs or
right?
whatever.
Yeah.
Right. But what we heard from a lot of people, right, without regard to age, gender, or race, was that they thought it was about time that there was some group trying to make a political expression, an official political expression in South Carolina that focused on the things that working people are really concerned about in their daily lives: jobs, healthcare, housing, education, and so forth. And that's the big thing, right? Right. That's the big point for us. Or for us all to recognize, like in the South. And I mean, I mean, these days, since I retired, actually a little before I retired, I've been kind of splitting my time between Philadelphia and New Orleans. So I've spent a lot more time paying attention to Louisiana politics on a daily basis than I have in a long time. And one of the things I've noticed is that in the same way that race worked for the planter, merchant, investor class at the end of the 19th century, to drive a wedge between black and white workers, right? And race combined with violence and intimidation and brutality, right? It kind of does the same thing now, but in different ways. I mean, obviously, a lot of the so-called culture war stuff, does that work, and I'm often given the sense that it feels a little bit now like what it must have felt like to be alive in 1895, watching this shell game, right? That the ruling class, there I call them by their right name, is trying to run on all the rest of us, but with this inflammatory rhetoric. 1895 was the N-word. Now it's kind of subtly the N-word, but it's also stuff like, I don't know, the pedophile, cannibal, transgender,
or
school librarian.
Professor Reed, one word that we heard last week from one of Alabama's senators is inner city school teacher.
Oh, wow, there you go. Yeah, bingo. And by the way, like, it's kind of interesting. Your listeners might find it interesting to reflect on this. Just when did school teachers go from being highly respected, right, and appreciated, to being demons, right? Right. That didn't happen overnight. It feels like it did, but it was also the product of a long stealth campaign, and maybe not so stealth, right? With fat corporate interests who want to destroy government and public goods, cultivating politicians like your former failed Auburn football coach and others to push against this line over and over and over and over. Gordon Lafer's book, The 1% Solution, which is the study of these corporate front organizations and their moves state by state to try to poison the well of collective goods, is a must-reading for everybody who is interested in these matters. But on the South in particular, right? Like I've said, I think I say this in the book too, that people often talk about what makes the South different from the rest of the country. Why is the labor movement weak in the South? And they talk all kinds of smack about Southern culture and this, that, and the other, and natural Southern conservatism. Well, I have a much simpler explanation, right? And it's that the successful defeat of the populist insurgency and disfranchisement of over 90% of black voters in the South, but also, depending on the state you were in, say as many as a quarter to a third of white voters, kind of shifted the playing field very much in the politics, that is to say, very much in favor of large corporate interests and planters and that class, and they got to rewrite the rules of government and of politics to favor their interest and exclude everybody else. And for all those decades, that the Democratic Party, what was the only party in most states in the South, and it was an open question as to whether the Democratic Party was the above ground wing of the Klan, or the Klan was the paramilitary wing of the Democratic Party. It probably changed on a daily basis.
Right.
There was no space, or there was very little space for pro-labor voices to be expressed in politics whatsoever. And to the extent that a quote white end quote working class was able to express itself in politically at all, it had to be entirely on terms that were defined by the ruling class. And that wasn't the case in many states outside the South, like in the industrial Midwest and in the Northeast, right? There were very few. They were very, very rare. Like the one that comes to mind is Mayor Fitzpatrick in New Orleans, who was mayor when the successful 1892 general strike happened, who fought for the workers. And by the way, it was an interracial strike, and succeeded. But he stood with the workers against the business community and the police and the state militia and the governor, who tried to break the strike with racist rhetoric, basically. But there was very little of that in the region. So when you think about 1929 and the Great Textile Uprising of 1934, there were no local officials there who weren't on the side of the mill owners, for instance, right? So like there was no space for pro-labor sentiment to sustain itself. And then again, almost all the southern states jumped on the opportunity opened for them by Section 14B of the Taft-Hartley Act that let them, declare their states as right to work for less states, which practically all the states in the former Confederacy are now, I believe. And that made it harder for unions, right? So the fact of the matter is, people in the South want representation, want rights on the job, just like everybody else does, right? But the irony here, right, is, and this connects with something else I suspect we may talk about later on, but the ways that how we talk about race and how we talk about American politics have been separated from each other makes it harder for us to see that the move nominally against blacks, but it was really a move against the entire working class at the end of the 19th century, is what created a political order in the South that first of all made Jim Crow possible, right? But also stifled the possibilities for the development of the trade union movement right over the next century plus.
Yeah, there's a lot there that jumps out at me, honestly, and one of the things that is on my mind, of course, is Alabama, and something I've shared on the show previously is that in my assessment, we are living in the shadows of the defeat of those populists at the turn of the century, and we are still living with the 1901 Constitution that was enacted to enshrine white supremacy and the rule of the big mules, they were called, the big wealthy interests who run this state and who still run this state. And something else you mentioned that I was going to ask about later, but you brought it up about the Labor Party, experience in South Carolina. And, for folks outside Alabama, just for context, it's worth knowing that in Alabama, we are a one-party state. The GOP controls a supermajority of the legislature, the executive, judicial branch. We historically have always been a one-party state. It just was the Democrats for most of that history.
The right-wing Democrats.
The right. The right wing has always been in control, except for brief glimmers of hope during Reconstruction or the populist era. So as it stands now in Alabama, we have a situation where there's basically one functioning party. The Democrats don't even really exist as a viable second party. Working class people have no representation. 60% of the electorate doesn't even participate in elections. And I'm just wondering, what those of us in Alabama could maybe learn from the Labor Party experience
that the national experience in the 90s as well as the Labor Party experience in South Carolina. If there's anything there that, maybe we need to borrow from here in this current moment.
Yeah. Well, that's a good question. And it might sound kind of odd because, I guess the three, living people who were the most central in running the labor, how should I put this? Administering the day-to-day affairs of the Labor Party nationally, all would say the same thing now, that it was an important experiment. We took our shot and we learned what we could learn. We obviously at some point are going to have some kind of political expression that represents and speaks for and speaks exclusively for the working class, basically. But now's not the time to talk about trying to build one. But I guess a better way to put it is what the focus should be. And this is what it was like for us at the end of the 80s and the very beginning of the 90s when I got involved, was to try to build a foundation, right, within the institutional labor movement, and one might say within other working class institutions, right, such as they might be, that could eventually develop towards some expression like a political party, right, or an electoral. Not even necessarily an electoral party, right?
Right.
But the key point is that no matter what the vehicle is, it's just as true now as it was when we started that the Democratic Party is at best an inadequate, or is at best inadequate as a voice for working people's interest, and less so. And I think that's one of the lessons to take from what we've seen happen since 2016, like in American politics, right? That what happens when no political force addresses working people's interests and concerns directly, it is that the door is left open for all kinds of dangerous forces to fill that void. And that's what's been happening. Our founding brother, Tony Mazzocchi from the old oil, chemical, and atomic workers, said this very powerfully on many occasions, that if we, as putative voices of the working class political interest, can't produce credible interpretations of why people are suffering and their lives are and their living standards are falling, and credible approaches to trying to correct it. We know the neoliberals can't and won't and don't care, and that will just leave the door open to these dangerous elements. So from that perspective, I think the most important thing for us now is to do stuff like you guys are doing, right? But to do it also like in our personal networks, because ultimately that's where you have the most influence, right? With people, is people in your own, networks, and trying to agitate and do worker education, basically political education about, what's actually going on, how the system works, how to think about their own interests, right? And work with people, right? And in the course of struggling with them around their own concerns. And sort of unfortunate thing mainly, but it's got a couple of benefits, is that we need to start out, I think, by saying that we don't have anything like that, right? And all the, national organizations and the publications and stuff and the political groups who purport, to represent working people's voices don't, right? And that where we are, I've often said lately, is that we're like at the very beginning of an organizing campaign, right? So what we're trying to do, what we need to do, is like start trying to, in addition to whatever else we have to do to stop the bleeding. Don't get me wrong, but we have to. But the task is trying to identify like-minded brothers and sisters, right inside, the class broadly understood, to function as a committee, right, and to keep broadening the base because we don't have one, and I mean, well, and I'll make a little plug for my friend Jane McAlevey, like in her I think it's a penultimate book, No Shortcuts. She makes a very important distinction between mobilizing and organizing. And what that distinction comes down to is that mobilizing is kind of getting people who are already connected with to do stuff, right? Like to go vote or support a campaign or whatever. Where organizing is principally about connecting with people whom you don't already know, you don't already agree with everything about, and trying to broaden that base. And what we need is organizing now, more than anything else.
Absolutely. And just a reminder for folks on the radio, we're talking to Professor Adolph Reed Jr. He is the author of the book The South, Jim Crow and Its Afterlives, which is part autobiography, part memoir, part history of the South. You mentioned in here that you're really the last age cohort to have had a real memory of Jim Crow. And I'm really excited to dig into this, but since we're on the present and talking about the Labor Party and what it means and the political situation today, Adam, you have an experience more than me about the Alabama Democratic Party and the Alabama Democratic Conference, and I'm wondering if we could go ahead and tackle that question.
Sure. Yeah. So, this is sort of connected to the racial politics that you were mentioning earlier, and that we can get into more when we talk about the book specifically. But, there are folks who lived during the Jim Crow era and are shaped by that politically. And what I've noticed is a particular trend among a subset of folks who do have like a racial first politics, and they will, I call it waving the bloody shirt, right? Just like what, they used to do in Congress for the War of 1812 or whatever, the Civil War, kind of wave the bloody shirt of the civil rights struggle and, put that out there to defend what is ultimately basically conservative, moderate, pro-corporate politics, the type of folks like Jim Clyburn. And that's representative of like the Alabama Democratic Conference, which is the Black Caucus here in Alabama Democratic Party, is very much of that mold. And, I guess it's no coincidence that tends to come from more middle and upper class Black folks and not working class Black folks. But I'm just wondering, like, what should we make of that? The waving of the bloody shirt of civil rights to defend neoliberal lame politics.
Yeah. Well, at first blush, it seems really ironic, especially for people who, know the history. But I got to say, first of all, because I'd be remiss if I didn't do this. But my friend Kenneth Warren, my good friend and comrade and collaborator, and is one of the two people I was having conversations with that led to this book. Ken always takes issue with our use of the bloody shirt metaphor.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why he does, because its origin, interestingly enough, was from what were then called the liberal the Republicans in the 1870s, who used the metaphor to attack those who didn't want to sacrifice Black rights to sort of getting beyond what they call the race issue at that point. So like his point is that the metaphor wasn't ours; it was theirs that they used against us.
Right.
But anyway, but I just pass that on. There's no judgment.
No, I appreciate that.
Well, yeah, because but he pointed it out to me when I used it, right? So that's what the deal was. But yeah, well, see, here's the thing. Well, two things. One is a quip, and maybe the other will be a quip too. But the one quip is, when Thurgood Marshall retired from the Supreme Court, and and Clarence Thomas had already been nominated to succeed him. And at a press conference, reporters asked him what he thought about Clarence Thomas as his successor. And Marshall, who was always kind of irascible, but even more so as he got older, which happens, said that when he was young, his father told him that if you're out on a road and see a black snake and a white snake coming at you, then you should kill the snake. Right? So, and so the other one is that my good friend and comrade in South Carolina, Professor Willie Leggett, a few years ago, looked at the political scientist V.O. Keyes' classic book, Southern Politics and State and Nation, that was published in 1949. And he sent me an excerpt from his chapter on South Carolina and his discussion of the role that race played in South Carolina politics in 1949. And Leggett's point was that just by changing a handful of words, right, like in those passages, you could say the same thing about the role that race plays in South Carolina now. But and a difference would be that black political elites are part of the game now too. So that a way we put it, and this is my first plug, but there's yet a newer book out, co-authored by me and my friend Walter Ben Michaels, who's like Ken Warren is a lit professor, called No Politics But Class Politics. And it's a collection of our essays and stuff over the years with 4 long interviews. But one of the points we make in that book is that just as racism has functioned as a vehicle to try to fool poor white people into identifying with rich white people instead of other poor black people, contemporary anti-racism, right, no matter what it was in the past, but the way that anti-racist politics operates now is also a vehicle for trying to convince poor black people to identify with rich black people instead of with other poor white people. So, I mean, that's something to keep in mind as we think about, these formations like ADC and a legislative black caucus in South Carolina and its alternative in Louisiana. And on that point, I'll tell you that Leggett and I, for more than 30 years, have had a playful debate going on as to which black political class was the more reprehensible, the one in Louisiana or in South Carolina. And I push ahead sometimes, and he pushes back ahead, right, sometimes. But like Clyburn in 2016, Clyburn and John Lewis, right, icon of the civil rights movement from Alabama, went out on a limb to denounce Senator Sanders for advocating universal public goods, right, like education, right, and calling him irresponsible. And yeah, I mean, they definitely try to pimp the civil rights movement, right, as a way to justify what's an increasingly class-skewed agenda, or an increasingly blatant class-skewed agenda that they push, and I try to call it a racial agenda. And I mean, this is another point that Professor Leggett has made, and I just mentioned on another podcast that if there were a Nobel Prize for quips, like this one would definitely win. But he said that the only thing that hasn't changed about black politics since 1965 is how we think about it, and everything is different. But when you think about how people want to talk about the stakes of black political activity now, it's always by reference to something that makes them think about Jim Crow, or makes them think about slavery, right? Which is all, and that gets down to like removal of monuments and everything else, but it's all part of a more or less conscious effort to insist that nothing significant has changed for Black Americans, politically or socially for that matter, since 1965. when in fact the reality is that everything that's significant has changed for Black Americans since 1965. I mean, it's an anecdote, but I mentioned it in the book too. Like sometimes I'm out at like a Fats or a Chili's or whatever, and see a group of Black and white, and often enough Black, white, and Hispanic, South Asian co-workers, friends, or whatever, together having a drink or a business lunch or whatever. One thing that strikes me is that that's a simple activity that could not have happened as recently as 1960, right? I mean, nowhere in the region, right? I mean, not in Alabama, Louisiana, South Carolina, Georgia, right? I mean, Well, keep on going like a James Brown song. And I mean, that level of everyday interaction where people, and I'm not talking about love and brotherhood. I'm just talking about how people find themselves in social situations where they have to try to figure out how to get along together and make sense of one another and understand one another. And the whole point of Jim Crow was to make, and yeah, look, I would not deny that Pitchfork, Ben Tillman, or whichever the one was in Alabama, I forget, and Vardaman in Mississippi and all the rest of them. I won't deny that they were sincere in their commitments to even a sometimes pornographically violent white supremacy, right? But the deeper point always was to keep Black and white working people separate from each other and to keep them from forming the kind of alliances that the planter, merchant, capitalist class had feared from emancipation to the populist uprising, right? From happening again. And there were signs that they had something really to fear, right? The readjuster movement in Virginia in 1879, what was an interracial political movement, ironically led by a former Confederate colonel, I think, that took state power and changed tax laws and property laws to kind of tilt the playing field back a little bit for working people. And you had populism in Alabama was like that, and in other states. So I mean, and God, North Carolina, a populist Republican fusion government won statewide in 1894, and then won again statewide in 1896 by an even bigger margin, and that's what prompted the ruling class to launch a putsch, right? A violent putsch, and that happened all around the South. So,
right,
and
absolutely.
for life,
right here in Alabama, same thing. We won. You know, the people won in 1896, and it was stolen. And then we had the 1901 Constitution imposed by a fraudulent governor.
And if I remember correctly, there was one of those town coups in Alabama as well. You know, I think Wilmington, North or South Carolina, is really one of the
North Carolina.
North Carolina is one of the more popular
Michael Jordan's
ones.
hometown.
Oh, wow.
Okay, yeah. I think that's one of the more popularly known ones, especially kind of on the left online. But if I remember correctly, I think I've read about one here in Alabama.
I believe in Eufaula.
In Eufaula, maybe.
Oh, okay.
Where there was a black government elected, and there was a white coup.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Well, and see, this is the thing I don't understand, man. To be honest, maybe you guys have a take on it. That what we understand as progressive politics now, right, is all about denying that complex history, right? Like I was on a panel with historian Barbara Fields, right, at the Southern Historical Association meeting in Little Rock a number of years ago, and my talk was about this very issue, right? Like race and the race class and populist uprising. And when the panel was over, and making the same points that we're making here, and when the panel was over, like a woman in the audience, apparently she was a certified historian, but she came up to me afterward and wanted to catechize me, not in a hostile or antagonistic way, but she wanted to catechize me about how populism failed, ultimately because white workers were more committed to white supremacy than they were to aligning themselves with black. So I said to her, well, yeah, there was some of that, to be sure, but there was also, violence, fraud, intimidation, murder, which kind of changes the incentives for people.
Adam,
she said to me,
That's a very familiar argument, isn't it, Adam?
Yeah, we've heard this before, unfortunately.
Well, yeah, I'm sure you have. And then she says to me, trumping, as it were, well, there was that too. But the real thing was, so I thought, well, what kind of world do you live in where like an abstract commitment to an ideology has greater impact on you than being beaten and threatened with lynching? You know what I mean?
Right.
But what's the point in that, right? And what does that do for us? And the answer that I've come to over the years increasingly is that by repeating the claim, and this is happening more and more and more in popular culture, right? And the reinvention of the civil rights movement and all the rest of that stuff. And I think you're getting a sense of some of the concerns that led to, or that came out of this conversation that led to the book. But they all seem committed to hammering that Black people never have any allies, and the only hope for Black people is to do for self, basically. And that's not just a conservative line. That's a line saying that you can't do anything, and what you need, and this was also familiar given Alabama, is like a single race broker like Booker T. Washington, right? Who's on good terms with the ruling class, who can get stuff for Black people through some definition. And that leads to this observation, that it's been interesting watching the so-called racial wealth gap become the key marker for improvement of Black Americans' social and economic position, right? Because among other things, right, not only just closing a racial wealth gap, once again, sidestep the question of working in alliance with other people who are similarly placed rather than in society. But also, and Matt Brunig's work at the Progressive Policy Project has been great on this, that examination. So like most of the talk about the wealth gap proceeds from a formulation that the average Black person has X amount of wealth, where the average white person has 10 times as much wealth, right? But the reality is there's no such thing as the average Black person or the average white person, right? There's no such thing as collective white wealth, right? Like, I mean, like lately I've been saying that it's difficult maybe to think about Black people like this, because so much of us in American society now have been accustomed to thinking about Black people like they all think with one brain and all want the same thing, right? All the time. Like, even though the Black American population is larger than the total population of Canada, for instance. But maybe, so if you think about a white nurse, right, who's unemployed and about to have her house foreclosed on, or be evicted from her apartment. Can you imagine that there's like a reservoir of white wealth that she can go out to appeal to, right, to get help pass our tough times, or take a teacup to Elon Musk's house, or one of them, but ask for some rent money, right? Because we're all white here together. No, of course not. It's foolishness, and it's just as foolish about Black people. And then it turns out that close to 75% of so-called white wealth is controlled by the richest 10% of white people, and about 75% of so-called Black wealth is controlled by the richest 10% of Black people. And the bottom 50% of Blacks and whites have exactly the same amount of wealth, which is zero. So if you close the wealth gap, right, between the bottom half of Blacks and whites, 97% of the gap remains, right? So what closing the wealth gap is a program for narrowing the gap that separates the richest Black people from the richest white people. And I've talked to Black union members about this, and they see the point immediately, right? That the wealth gap has buckus to do with them, right? And pardon this, just another digression on the same point. I'm sent you a quote from Senator Sanders before. I worked in both Sanders campaigns, and both times I had, as you might imagine, multiple experience of being approached by Black people as either individuals or small groups and asked why Senator Sanders didn't have a race program, or why he didn't address Black people's concerns directly. And whenever it happened, I did the same thing. I went down the platform item by item, and after each one, I asked, "Well, isn't this like if we won this, wouldn't Black people benefit? Blacks and Hispanics benefit disproportionately from it?"
Right.
And now the real moral of this story is that I had this encounter with two kinds of people, with working people, and every time I had it, with a working person, and I'm not exaggerating here, I'm really not. Once I did what I did, the response I got was, "Oh yeah, I see what you mean. It makes sense to me," right? When I had that conversation with Black people from the PM or from the professional and the managerial strata, right, the middle, upper middle class people. First of all, they were more likely to ask the question with hostility, but secondly, they were much less likely to be persuaded by what I said because they weren't interested in an agenda of class-based redistribution. Why? Because they don't belong to the class that would benefit from it, right? And I mean, that's the key point, right? So I don't know.
Well, and another illustration of that point is that Sam Cedar makes regularly on his program is that he was on a panel with Don Peebles, which is one of the 10 wealthiest Black folks in America. I think he's a billionaire.
Wow.
And they were on a panel arguing about the estate tax. And, as you might expect, Don Peebles was opposed to the estate tax. He was calling for its elimination. Right. And he was calling for its elimination on the basis of the racial wealth gap. Exactly what you said. He said that this is important in in continuing familial wealth among the Black community. And,
which community?
right?
Like,
I mean, specifically, it's specifically the community of the Peebles family, right? I mean, we can say that, but it's certainly not something. It's not something that Black or white working class folks, or even, even when we're talking about professional managerial folks, because the estate tax doesn't affect anybody that has an estate less than $40 million. So this is really the upper tier of anybody, Black or white or Hispanic or whatever. And the idea that Black folks should care about rich Black folks getting their billions of dollars passed down to, it's absurd. In the same way that I don't think that the Koch brothers' children should get any of their money. In fact, I think all of it should be taken away. But that's another conversation, I guess.
Now, something that you're really touching on here, and I wanted to make sure I mention this today, is that the first thing I think I ever read by you was an article you put out in 1996. Now, I didn't read it in 96, in all fairness. So it was a little before my time. But
that's the year I was born.
Wow. Way to make me feel old, Thanks for that. Yeah, appreciate it. I was good and born by then. But I came across your piece. I don't remember exactly when, but it was, early, my teenage years when I was waking up politically, and had already seen the disappointments of the Obama presidency. And you pegged Obama back in 1996. I mean, you had him pegged. I think you exposed the kind of vacuous, empty, neoliberal identity politics that animates so much of the Democratic Party then and now. And I think what you were speaking to just now is that despite the fact that the working class is the majority, the working class is the most diverse class. Right. So by definition, building working class power is building interracial people power. But there is a concerted effort to make class invisible.
Yeah, no, absolutely, man. And that's been true since at least the end of World War II. And social sciences, like in the U.S., played a very central role, like in doing that. And like this is something else I'm writing about now. Like partly, I'm doing a multi-part column in a nation about how this came to pass. But I'm also, like, the book I'm trying to finish now, that I got to get into verso by the end of the summer, is actually a study of this that we're calling when compromises come home to roost, and it's a study of the decline and transformation of the left since 1944, basically. But no, that's the key point, right? The key point is making class invisible, right? And look, I tell you about the Obama thing, man. Like, I've gotten a lot of props over the years for having been pressing it, but I've often said that I have two mottos in life. One is that it's often better to be lucky than it is to be good. And the other is, it's often, if not usually, more important to be in the right place at the right time and pay attention with a kind of critical imagination than it is to be smart, right? And I just happened to be just wholly out of circumstances. It was unplanned. In effect, in the birthing room right at the outset of Obama's political career. I lived in that state Senate district, and I worked closely with his predecessor in the office, and I was in the middle of the fight right over his effort to replace him. So I got to see the whole thing, right? So it's not like I was Nostradamus, right? I just got to watch to watch the bullshit play out in front of you. Excuse me.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, it's clear that was happening, right? And I mean, we could see it, for instance, in other instantiations, like the emergence of Cory Booker and a whole cohort of Black elected officials who were groomed in the foundation world, and often enough in the Broad Foundation and Walmart and others.
You know, it's interesting you bring up
who
Broad.
Are charter school militants. Yeah,
because I cut my teeth as an organizer fighting against a Broad Academy superintendent here in Huntsville.
Oh,
so,
here! Excellent, congratulations.
So, that's So I definitely know about Cory Booker. That's for sure.
Okay, I bet you do. Yeah, I bet you do. But see, the thing is, right, and this says something about how relentless their concern to consolidate class power is, and to de-democratize the entire society, right? That they didn't have any substantive problems with the previous cohort of Black elected officials, right? The ones who had come up through, street fighting ethnic pluralism, like in local and state Democratic parties, especially in big cities. But the problem that they had with them, right, because they did everything that they were supposed to do from the standpoint of big capital and foundations. But the problem with the Broad types, or the problem that the Broad types had with them, was that earlier group of politicians, which included Sharp James, the person who Cory succeeded in Newark, was that having come up through regular democratic politics, they'd had to deal with public sector unions and with teachers unions in particular, and were inclined to give and take and to negotiate. But what these upper class funders wanted was a ramrod who would come in and operate in totally undemocratic ways and impose their will. And that's where we've been for a long time. And I'll say this about Obama too, which is probably going to make some people's heads explode, though that's not my intention. But Obama was elected telling us that because of who he was, and keep in mind, right, I mean, this is after the Great Recession, telling us that by virtue of who he was, he would address our concerns and losses, right, after the economic crisis. And of course, he did nothing. But the who he was partly because of who he was racially, right? If you go back and look at his speeches and read his sad little memoirs, right, I mean, you'll see that, right? He's got these statements about how, because I'm somebody whose grandmother lives on the shores of Lake Victoria and I have an Indonesian stepsister or whatever, or half-sister. So a lot of people who voted for Obama naively or hopefully thinking that because he was who he said he was, or because of who he was, he had some magical way that he was going to deliver us, didn't. And guess what happens? Well, next comes a guy who is the equal and opposite version of Obama, selling the same phony stuff, but in an uglier way, and appealing more like to desperation. And that's where we are.
Adolph Reed Jr., his book is The South, Jim Crow and Its Afterlives. You can get it online. It is a co-publication of Verso and Jacobin Magazine. Really enjoyed the book, really enjoyed the conversation, Professor Reed. We weaved in and out of the book, I think, and so we hit some of the topics tangentially, but it's a really good book. I highly recommend folks getting it and checking out his writing in other places. Really appreciate your time. Anything you want to leave us with before we head into our final break and pay a couple bills before we're off the radio at 11?
Please, two kind of shameless plugs. One I mentioned already is my new book with Walter Ben Michaels called No Politics But Class Politics. But more important is the Debs Jones Douglas Institute, which is the 501c3 created by the Labor Party. Podcast. It's called classmatterspodcast.org. And it's and the tagline for our podcast is that we're the place where we discuss what the country would look like if it were governed by and in the interests of the working class. And our most recent episode is a great discussion with Jane McAlevey, who I mentioned before, and Gordon Lafer. That's kind of around her new book, Rules to Win By, about how to win bargaining. But all of our episodes, and that's the 12th episode, and all 12 of them connect directly with working people's concerns. So I urge everybody to check it out. And
awesome.
And we'll plug you guys too, of course.
Thank you. Yeah, I think.
And my last question is.
I was just going to say that y'all are also part of the Labor Radio Podcast Network, which we are very proud to be a part of.
We are.
And I spoke to your co-host on one of the meetings.
Catherine Magic. Yep. Right. Oh yeah, that's right. She mentioned that to me. So and my last question, you cut this, but those can you send me a link to the broadcast you recorded, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
We'll do.
We will do that. And thank you so much for your time. We really
it's my pleasure. Thanks a lot, guys.
Yep.
All right.
All right. Take care, brothers.
Take care.
Yep. All right, folks. Like I said, Adolph Reed Jr., The South, Jim Crow and Its Afterlives. You can. It's a co-publication of Verso, Jacobin Magazine. Really great book. He is he's in the last cohort of people to make it through Jim Crow, with actual living adult memory. So I think that experience is really worth understanding from the perspective of Black folks, and it's fascinating. It's a great book.
Oh my goodness, look at what we're doing here. And after I just told you guys that there was nothing else happening, and you totally believed me. You absolutely believed me when I said that there was nothing else going to happen after that Adolph Reed Jr. interview. But this is a special show, and not just because I am the guest host filling in for the boys. It's special because Jacob told me it was special. But also, since it's pre-taped, I mean, why not give you a bit more content? Why not? It's pre-taped. It's a special pre-taped holiday extravaganza, so why not? So we've got a couple more videos, some more pre-taped videos to show you, and we're gonna call this, bear with me now, stay with me, we're gonna call this double overtime, if you can believe that. I just made that up. Like, I just came up with that name. That is absolutely not in the notes that Jacob wrote for me. I made this up, that it's called double overtime. So to kick things off with our double overtime, imagine the little TM symbol on the top of that, and then some little thing under that says trademarked to Joe Harrison, not Jacob Morrison. To kick things off, we have an interview. We have an interview with Alabama Democratic Party Chair Randy Kelly. So, we wanted to replay this because this was recorded about a year ago. This was done about a year ago, this interview. And at that time, he made some claims. He made some commitments. He made some comments and some promises and whatever and all that good stuff about wanting to build up the Democratic Party. So, since it's been a year, we wanted to take a look at that. Take a look back at those claims and commitments and promises and see what, if anything, came to fruition. So, we're going to let you listen to this. We're going to let you listen to this or watch this, whichever you're doing, and you be the judge. I mean, if you know anything about Alabama's Democratic Party. If you don't, then you have no idea how to judge this, but if you do, then you do. And then after that special interview, that special pre-taped interview from last year, which you will be judging or not, we've got a summary and analysis of the Warrior Met coal strike after it ended. Y'all remember that little ordeal, as we call it? I mean, because come on, if we're doing Alabama-centric, a look back at Alabama-centric stuff that we've covered, it would behoove us to not mention one of the biggest labor stories in the state. Is that how you use behoove? Is it behoove? It would behoove us to not do that, or it would behoove us to do that? I can't remember, but you get what I'm saying, I think, or maybe you don't. So yeah, definitely felt it was appropriate to revisit that story. I'm sitting here making little jokes, but not about the actual situation of the coal miner strike, because that was a very big deal. So yeah, recap. We'll close out the show with a recap of the Warrior Met coal strike to remind folks what happened, what the stakes were, all of that. So without further ado, let's jump into our last round of videos.
We're going to be talking to our guest Randy Kelly here in a bit, but I want to lay the groundwork for this conversation really quickly. We're a Union Talk radio show. Both of us are union members. Both of us are workers. We don't make money from this show. We're not professional pundits, right? We go to work. I do like the 9 to 5 thing, and Adam has a little bit, a little bit more hectic of a schedule being a stagehand. But, the reason that we have at least a passing interest in the Democratic Party here in the state is not that we are Democratic partisans. It's because it is obvious that the Republicans don't care about us. Just a few examples that are all recent, right? Kay Ivey, in a letter with other Republican governors, is trying to get Joe Biden to rescind his executive order mandating project labor agreements on federal construction projects over $35 million. Now, this sounds like, what project labor agreement, $35 million? This is all like hoity-toity. I don't know what that means. That means project labor agreements increase wages, they make benefits better, they make the jobs safer, and they keep more of the jobs local. She is lobbying for Joe Biden to rescind the order to make those things happen in Alabama on federal construction projects. That's all you need to know about that. The Alabama Attorney General still has not so much as commented on child labor in his state. We have children, 12-year-old children, working in manufacturing facilities with $50,000 OSHA fines for amputation hazards, among other things. And he hasn't even commented about it. The top law enforcement officer in the country, or in the state. When Democrats last year tried to pass a Pregnant Workers Protection Act in the same year that Roe would later be overturned, no less, Republicans killed it. Republicans want to keep pregnant workers want to allow pregnant workers to be discriminated against because they're pregnant. And yet, they want them forced to be pregnant. Tommy Tuberville read from a Warrior Met press release when his constituents were in D.C. testifying to how that company is screwing them over. When Alabamians were in D.C. on talking about how Warrior Met and these private equity firms are screwing them over, Tommy Tuberville read from the press release of international private equity firms, not from Alabamians. Not a single Republican, in fact, has supported these striking miners. Instead of supporting workers in their state, Republican politicians and their pundit class want to make us mad at each other. They want us to attack each other. They want to attack immigrants. They want to attack gay folks so that we don't get mad at all their buddies donating to their campaigns, right? So it's obvious to folks paying attention, it should be, that the Republican Party wants to grind working people into powder because they are fully beholden to the bosses. And it would be nice to have a party in the electoral sphere that stood up for working people, that was a partner to working people, to labor. And for now, and that actually had some power to do something for us. And for now, the main opposition party is the Democrats, who I do want to say have done some things for working people in Alabama, and then more federally. They were able to successfully block the anti-protest bill, which would have further hampered our ability to strike in the state. And like I said, Democrats tried to pass a Pregnant Workers Protection Act to protect pregnant folks from discrimination on the job. And one or two of them have even been supportive of the coal miners. And the Tuscaloosa County Party has donated to their strike fund, and the state party, at one point anyway, was sending out fundraising emails for them. Of course, there are some times that they underperform. I saw merchandise of several local Democratic candidates here in Huntsville, and not a single piece of their merchandise had a union bug on it. Who knows if they were even made in the country, right? Could have been made in China. One of these Democrats with non-union merch was bragging in an ad about having been president of the local Council of Bosses, also known as a Chamber of Commerce, at a time when she was president of that organization, at a time when those organizations were lobbying the legislature for immunity from liability for putting their employees in egregious risk to COVID in the workplace, a lobbying effort that was successful in Alabama, by the way. And then there are the whole suite of issues from which Democrats are simply absent in the battleground, that they're just not present in any meaningful way. The Democratic Party in Alabama has, through multiple changes in leadership in this state, gone from controlling both chambers of the state legislature to almost total irrelevancy since 2010. A party that cannot field candidates for half the races, much less all of them, could hardly be considered functional. And a party that does well to lose by 20 points, that's doing well. And in a supermajority of districts could hardly be considered competitive. And those are just a couple of the many symptoms of deeper issues with the party in this state.
Yeah, and I want to jump in here and just share a few thoughts, particularly after this election. And I want to start by saying that the working class in Alabama, as elsewhere, is the majority, right? We are the majority numerically. We're also the most diverse class. And, you know, it's worth reflecting as we talk about how the Republicans do not represent us, that we don't have representation in the state of Alabama. Working class people, we don't have representation. We don't have legitimate opposition to the far right. We don't have a viable opposition to right-wing ideology and to the right-wing politicians who dominate this state at the behest of bosses. And, you know, I'm tired of Alabama being the best at everything bad and the worst at everything good, right? I'm tired of Alabama's quality of life ranking at or near the bottom on every single metric. And I know I'm not the only one. Working class people deserve better in the state of Alabama and elsewhere. And for me, I think and I want an interracial working class movement that can actually change the balance of power here in Alabama and elsewhere. That's what I want to see. And frankly, I think it's our best and only hope to respond to the multiple layers of crisis that we're experiencing. We have a societal downward spiral of exploitation, of oppression, and environmental destruction. And if we're to pull ourselves out of it, it's going to take everyday people, white and black, gay and straight, native and immigrant, all pulling together along our common interests and our common ground as working people, as people who don't own anything but our labor that we have to sell to somebody else and hope it's enough to survive on. That's the state of the situation here in Alabama, and we don't have an adequate voice. And so, you know, that's been on my mind this week as I've digested this election and these election results, and as we prepared to talk with Chairman Kelly. And, you know, I'm very appreciative of his time to come on the show and talk with us. And I'm looking forward to hear what he has to say, because I think there must be dialogue between those who are in positions of political leadership and those of us who are out living our lives, hoping for progressive change, trying to make a difference in the community.
So I think that the big questions, and I think you were hitting on them there, for working people in the state are these. Will the Democratic Party in Alabama be able to pull itself out of the slump it is in and be able to once again contest Republicans in a serious way? How does it do that? If they do, will they represent the interests of working people as a contestant in the political arena? Is it worth you, listener, as a working person, devoting any of the time that you've been able to get free from your boss, any of your hard-earned money, to the party, to these candidates? Are the people at the helm capable of turning this apparatus into a real force, and will they have your interests in mind? I think this is only a touchstone in a long debate that working people have been having since Republicans and Democrats have emerged as the two main parties in our system, and it's a debate that's going to be had long after this conversation, right?
We're not going to solve it.
We're not going to solve
today.
it here, but to help us work through some of these questions today, we do have the man at the helm of the Alabama Democratic Party today, the man who has been at the helm since August, Reverend Randy Kelly of Huntsville. Mr. Kelly, I appreciate you taking the time to talk to us this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your invitation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, yeah, I like I said, really do appreciate your time. I'm sure you're busy. You know, we definitely, you know, we're interested
Just stop on the word business there. I got a wedding today, a funeral today. Supposed to be at a ministers conference today. I'm an associations chair. So every day is a busy day.
Absolutely.
But I love it.
Absolutely. And we appreciate you taking the time. And so let's talk about you being the person at the helm. How did you get here, and why did the folks on the State Democratic Executive Committee trust you to lead the party during this moment?
Well, I have come up through the ranks to be chair in the Democratic Party. I started off as a member of the Alabama Democratic Conference, became Alabama Democratic Conference county chair, regional chair, state vice chair, became a DNC member, the vice chair of the party for 2 terms, was elected as the vice chair of the Democratic National Committee Black Caucus, as well as to the Associated State Democrats. So I've come all the way up through the rank in the Democratic Party.
So what is your vision for the party? What, did that play into the people that did vote for you on the committee? Was there a specific kind of organizing plan that you presented people with, or was it just by virtue of like having been around for a while, right?
Well, I have been working diligently for a while, particularly in the area of social justice. I have a background as an SCLC president, Southern Christian Leadership Conference president, as well as an NAACP president. In the United Methodist Church, I've served as the convener of religion and race for the entire North Alabama Conference. And we've been very visible, very vocal. Here in this area, I am the political actions chair of the NAACP in Madison County, which is the largest one in the state. I'm the social actions chair of the Greater Huntsville Interdenomination Ministerial Fellowship. That's the largest ministerial fellowship in this area. And I'm on the board of Interfaith Mission Services and a number of other things. I have been extremely active. And I pastored in Birmingham and been a talk show host. I was talk show host in Gaston in Birmingham.
So you can give us some tips after the show.
Yeah. Well, and I do want to.
I might need a job on that.
There you go. There you go. Well, and I think that all that is relevant. All these you've been chair of a lot of different organizations and all of this stuff. But the question was, what is your vision for the party and the concrete goals that you have for your term as chair? How are you gonna parlay these positions and these connections that it sounds like you have to make the Democratic Party relevant?
Okay, I think we've got to first of all start off with the problem. As you should know, if you don't know, that Alabama is one of the most racially polarized states of the nation. President Obama ran, he lost by a record margin, but Donald Trump won by a record margin here. And the South has been going Republican since Lyndon B. Johnson signed the Voting Rights Act. He said, I'm going to sign this act. I feel that I would turn it over to the South, but this is the right thing to do. Then you had a number of whites left based on the Civil Rights Act that was achieved in Birmingham under the leadership of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Reverend Fred Shuttlesworth and many others. And then you had another flight when Brown versus the Board of Education in 1954 was passed in that Supreme Court decision, but school integration came about in the late 1960s, around 1968, based on school integration. That galvanized whites to go from some whites that didn't want to go to school with blacks, the so-called moral majority, which I call it moral majority. They were galvanized, and you had other whites that was galvanized. And these galvanizing issues came about because of perceived black progress. Now here in Alabama, one thing is hardly ever shared. We have more black elected officials in this state than any other state in the nation. But that has come about because of activism, civil rights activism. And the gains that we have achieved is based on civil rights activism. And so you said it, your co-host said it succinctly, we got to pull together because we got more in common than we have in differences. And the Republican Party don't give a hill of beans about blacks, nor poor people, nor any diversity as far as that is concerned. And we all didn't come here on the Nina Hinton and Santa Maria, but we're all in the same boat now. As he shared, and I was intending to share before he shared, he just stole it out of my brain. We're at the bottom of everything that's good and at the top of everything that's bad. The Republican Party is pro-rich. And of course, they're against women's rights. They're against raising the minimum wage. Most of the folks that's voting for Republicans can't name not one thing that the Republican Party is doing. And even the candidates don't even promise you anything but trickle down economics. They're waiting on economics to trickle down. It's just like Chicken Little waiting on the sky to fall. And so these poor people are like a crazy woman in love with a no good man. The more they get mistreated, the more they love it. What progress have we made under the Republican Party? So we've got to tell the story collectively, those of us who are conscious and those of us who of a good will. Now, black people never would have gained into that. The Civil Rights Act, the Voting Rights Act, the Public Accommodation Act, if it had not been for white folks of goodwill. So we got to appeal to white folks of goodwill and tell them that the things that's at stake. You got folks like Lindsey Graham and other Republicans that's talking about cutting Social Security. A lot of our seniors, mothers and grandmothers live off Social Security. You have a party where you now have Joe Biden, who has created 10 million jobs, the jobs that Trump lost, and in denial of the Republicans, just an incompetent, dumb, racist man in office, and his only appeal was racism. So we've got to really come to our senses here in Alabama if we're going to make progress.
I do think that a lot of that is important, and a lot of that is you know,
let me share this. Now, in 4 months, now I'm not going to do a miracle. I was naked in mid-August, and I inherited this party. They had people before me was making half a dozen of them making over $100,000 a year, and one of them was making $150,000 a year. But now, when I took the helm of the organization, then they didn't have money in it, and also even the website, even the password was not even passed down in the website. So we got to rebuild it from the bottom. And it's really as an all-time low now. But on the other hand, I think it's still a good time because I plan on working, organizing and mobilizing young people, coalitions, organizations. Here at this church I pastor, we have one of the largest Juneteenths. We have the largest Juneteenth in the state and probably one of the largest ones in the country. And I put that together in 2 years. We have 50 organizations and 8 churches join us every year. And we had a Juneteenth in the pandemic before it was a holiday. Prior to here, I had the largest one in the state. We had Chinese, Japanese, Native Americans, Korean, country and Western white people. We pulled them together. If we can do that for a festival, we can do that for the progress of this state. Here on these grounds here, this year we had an international delegation of people from Global Ties, from Brazil, Peru, Bolivia, Guatemala, Cuba. We had the U.S. Huntsville Missile Defense Agency, and who's who in Huntsville kicked off by the mayor. Now, if we can mobilize a coalition like this, it's going to take organizing and mobilizing and energizing our base.
I was going to jump in here, Jacob. And I'm glad you mentioned that in terms of what you inherited, because that was actually the next question we had. Because I think in fairness, we have to state that you became the chair in August, and we're talking about issues that have festered for many years, for the entire adult lifetime of me and Jacob here. And so regardless of what people think about your short term in office so far, or you know, your election, it can't all be put on you or any one administration, because we have to acknowledge that the Democratic Party in Alabama has not been viable in multiple election cycles under multiple administrations. So I do appreciate that you kind of shared a little bit. You've been candid about the state of the party that you inherited. And so, you know, I want to switch gears kind of on that note, though. There are obviously some really deep divisions within the Democratic Party activist base. Not that there's a lot of those in the state of Alabama, but there are Democratic Party activists, and there's division there. And in fact, it seems like about the only time Democrats have been making headlines lately is when there's that kind of, you know, drama, as you put it elsewhere. And I think that's fair to call it that. You know, there's been media coverage of your dispute with the vice chair. We don't want to get into all that because we're focused on the bigger picture here. But I know you spoke with Josh Moon and David Person recently about that issue at length. And so, you know, if folks want to hear more about that, they can tune into that. But we wanted to zoom out a bit and look at the bigger picture of building bridges, building coalitions, as you mentioned. What are your plans and thoughts moving forward to make use of the people who already are with you in some form or fashion? They are involved in Democratic Party activism in some way, whether it's, aligned with ADC or aligned with other organizations. But how do you plan to make use of the people who are already with you and build bridges to grow that coalition and start to heal the divides within the party?
Well, I think it's just one individual divide, and we need to just talk about that. The issue of that was something that my vice chair sent to the media, but actually my vice chair has had some very bizarre behavior the entire time she's been elected, but you've never heard of a problem like that in the Democratic Party before. And I called for a convention. She was against that. And the convention was to heal and build. That's what the theme was. But she was against that specific convention. And in that convention, the heal and build, I saw her get into a confrontation with 3 different people. And 2 were Black and 1 was white. So, and then I was sending correspondence out to our SDC members like any chair would do. And she would set up follow-up correspondence after I sent my correspondence out. And then I saw one article where she said she was the co-chair of the party. Well, we don't have co-chairs of the party. And then she had sent out a correspondence was saying that she's calling a press conference. Well, that's a violation of protocol. I just shared how I was been the vice chair of all kinds of things and chair, even president of my student body in seminary. But the official voice of the party is for the chair. So I sent that out to our SDC members, and she sent that to the media. And that was to create drama. And this white racist Republican newspaper is not going to give the Democratic Party any positive media. That's why it's important, always been important for having Black radio, Black newspaper, because they told our story. If you're familiar with the history of it, they tried to outlaw Black papers because they painted organizations with Blacks in a positive light. So we got to create our own media. And we got to tell our own story, because the devil still, if we don't tell our story, the devil will always steal our story and rob us of our glory.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that that people having their own media is important, as opposed to,
that's what
we're trying to do here.
And we're proud to be on WZZA, which is a historic Black station up in Northwest Alabama. I'm sure you're familiar with.
But well, Adam, really quick though, I wanted to dig into that a bit, because and we're live on YouTube as well as the radio, and so on YouTube, people can chat in, and we have some people that are on the committee that are watching, and they're chatting and telling us some thoughts, and some of them are saying that from one member, she says, I say as a committee member, I have received no emails from Chair Kelly, and I have asked directly to be added. The chair's never sent any emails to SDEC members because only Tabitha has bothered to try to put together a full list. New SDEC members haven't received anything. Why is that? Why is he saying that he does have a full list and that he is? And so it seems like there's at least a contention saying that Tabitha is the one that has actually been able to talk to them, and that's actually tried to talk to them. And as far as calling a press conference and talking to the media, I mean, do you not think that talking to the media is somebody that the state committee elected to be vice chair? Do you not think that talking to the media is something that a vice chair can do?
She can call a press conference on her own, but not for the party. Yeah, I'm the chairman of the party.
Mm-hmm.
And it's anything with 2 heads is a freak. So it's going to be one chair of the party as long as I'm running the party. And but I'm glad they call in, because we've tried to get the information of who was on the committee, because the court reporter never sent us this information. We have not received that information yet. And now Miss Eichner may know, but she should have been gave us all of the information of the people that was on there. And that's why some people didn't get any correspondence, because we didn't even know they were on the committee. And that was one reason we had even a get acquainted event and pull a convention together so we could find out who was on there. But the court reporter has not given us that information as up to this date. And I would have to have ESP to know, extrasensory perception, to know who in the ham sandwich was on the committee. There was no way for me to know.
Sure. But I think that
we thought we had everybody, but right. yeah, it's not my fault. Yeah, we've tried persistently, so it wasn't a smooth transition. Mm-hmm. Now, if I had been chair, I would have had everything in place. I would have had a plan for the candidates and all this kind of stuff. But I inherited no plans, no funds, or anything like that. As I just shared, it's at an all-time low. And the reason why I can say it's an all-time low because I've been on the committee.
Sure, and I mean, you know, I don't doubt that there are, you know, I didn't realize that they hadn't given you the password to the website, for example. I think that's pretty, that's not great. But you know, you mentioned in your interview that you hadn't even talked to the vice chair since the you know, public kerfuffle, and then the you know, the person here in the chat is saying that she's given you her email directly and she still hasn't, and requested to be added and still hasn't been added. But it sounds like you're going to be working to make an effort to add the people that are, you know, calling the office and sending emails and requesting to be added. Is that what we're understanding?
Yeah. Well, personally, I don't have the email. She hadn't sent it to me. Mm-hmm. I don't know who she sent it to, but I don't have it. But we put everybody on there whose name that we had, and we even have made repeated appeals for that. And we'd be happy to put a name on there. Yeah.
Well, I think what we see here is obviously there's some communication issues inside the party, and I think that it would be a mistake to say that the division is solely down to one individual, because even if that one individual is certainly part of this, there are people who are aligned with Ms. Eisner. Mm-hmm. There are people who are kind of all, you know, taking sides, so to speak, and so, you know, and that's kind of what we were hoping to look at is to see,
like how are
right and
how
together.
How are we gonna how are you gonna, because, you know, we're not democratic, but how are y'all gonna be able to?
We have communicated. Have communicated. That's not true that we have not communicated. We've communicated.
Oh, since okay. Well, that may have happened. So I just listened to the podcast of you and Josh Moon this morning, and on that podcast.
That was at that time.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, and so what is the plan to kind of bring those factions together?
Well, actually, I think the main thing that brings people together is working around a common issue. Issues bring people together. As a longtime church pastor, that builds relationships, working together for common causes. And yes, we've got different cultures and different backgrounds, but it's a matter of synthesizing those things and then being able to disagree and not being disagreeable.
I think that you know, that's something that we certainly try to take into the union hall, try to be able to disagree without being disagreeable. I think that's Absolutely. Good advice. You know, so on to the next question that we had was about the fielding of candidates. And obviously, right, you've been chair since August, and that was long past the deadline to get on the ballot. So the lack of candidates on this election is certainly not on you. But this has been an issue since, I mean, even in 2018, we had, you know, there were more Democrats on the ballot than I think 2014. But this year, Libertarians actually fielded more candidates in Alabama than Democrats. And they did that despite only knowing they'd have ballot access a month before the deadline.
And just to give a practical example on it, I counted up on my ballot in Athens, Alabama. I had 26 offices to choose from. Democrats had 7 candidates, Libertarians had 12, and 10 Republicans were unopposed. So there were more unopposed Republicans on my ballot than Democrat options.
So what is your plan to increase candidate recruitment so that folks at least have an option on Election Day?
That's it. Aggressively seek out candidates. Now, I'm a former city council person. First time I ran, I would have been shocked if I had won, because I was just a radical out there addressing issues, trying to improve my community. And I didn't have the money to run a campaign. I didn't really have the message, and I didn't have the machinery. Those are the basics. And candidates can't win an election when you don't really have the basics. Now, if you got a message and you're able to organize, you can build a machine. And then you're looking at a state. I was talking to President Biden, and at the end of our conversation, he asked me, how was it going in Alabama? And I said, Mr. President, you know this is a deep red state. And he said, well, you wrong. He said, it's a crimson state. It's past red. Kay Ivey, in the first report, had spent $10 million and had $250,000 almost left. And there's no telling how much she didn't have on this last round. And political monies normally come from big business, because that's good for business. They want these politicians to be favorable to their business dealings and what have you. And a lot of times it's just like going to the horse race. You're not going to go out and bet on a horse that's going to be losing. So we've got to recruit candidates, and we got to groom candidates, and we got to provide candidate training. But now there's candidate training out there that's offered by the Democratic National Committee. You had the Best Practice Institute, you had the National Democratic Training Committee. But the folks are not familiar with that. We're going to make sure that the people are familiar with that kind of training, because there's some people want to run, but they don't know how to campaign. Now, the next time I ran, I had name recognition. People knew me. I even got a daily talk show at 12 noon on WMGJ radio called Tell It Like It Is, where I kept the city stirred up every day. And then I was pastoring a church, and basically the church that I pastored was my campaign committee. We had children and senior citizens and what have you, and we built an organization without no endorsements from the newspaper or so-called big folks. We ran a grassroots campaign, but that's very rare in itself. So you need to, first of all, spend some time in planning a campaign. I think some folks spent less time in planning the campaign than they would a trip to go to New York City or somewhere.
I think
you're just not going to beat people there in a deep red state. Well, we don't own, it's not in any statewide position at all. And then you're going to pop up and then unseat these incumbents. It's hard to beat an incumbent.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, we got to work at it. We got to build our base, organize, strategize, mobilize, and train. And also we got to reach a lot of these young people. I think one of our failures is that our young people, even in the African American community, they're unaware of the struggle. And many of them don't know the importance of politics. They don't know that being engaged in civic affairs increases the quality of life indicators, that things are better in communities where people are active in civic participation. So we've got to work and educate them on the importance of voting and how using our vote as a weapon is a way of making a more just and a more loving world.
I think those are two good answers, I think, and I'm going to ask a follow up to both of them. And the first is the bit to candidate recruitment, and you said aggressively seeking out candidates and training them and planning and thinking of getting people, that are rooted in their community. And I think that is, I would agree with that. And so the follow up to that is, because the candidate recruitment has been an issue, since 2010, and that's been under both kind of administrations of the Democratic Party in Alabama, under the Worley administration and then under the England administration. And so, and both administrations, I think, objectively failed to recruit candidates. I think, that's just a fact of the matter, and it's not an indictment of their character, or maybe it's or anything like that. It's just an objective fact that they failed to recruit candidates. And so, what are you taking from their failures, from the failures of the party in those two instances, and how are you going to rectify those mistakes? And then the second one that you said was the importance of bringing people into the party, bringing youth folks into the party, getting people civically engaged. I think that's very important. And the follow-up to that is, I think that at one point, I believe there was talk of amending the bylaws to remove the additional caucuses within the Alabama Democratic Party, like the Youth Caucus, the Hispanic Caucus, the LGBTQ Caucus, etc. Is that still the case? And if it is still the case, is that a message that people in these groups are going to see and think that this is a party that wants them to be involved? And so just to recap, the questions are, the follow-up is what are your lessons learned from the failures of candidate recruitment from the past two administrations? And then the question about amending the bylaws to remove the additional caucuses.
Well, I'm going to go down to the University of Alabama and take some classes under Nick Saban. He does a good job.
He does a good job, yeah.
Recruiting football players.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, it's complex, and we're going to lay out a comprehensive formula, study the polls and what went wrong, and also continue to build and mobilize. And one of the challenges, we've been trying to raise money. Of course, you can't operate a party without money. So and we really don't have but just a skeleton crew as far as the staff is concerned. So we're in the process of restaffing, but there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And some things I'm not going to share publicly because I'm a veteran, a former soldier who trained combat soldiers, and you never tell your enemy what you're going to do. And as far as the bylaws is concerned, it's that was not my call. There was some people within the body of the party is concerned. But whatever takes place, I'm sure that it's going to be fair to all.
So you don't have a position about whether or not you should remove those additional minority caucuses?
Those caucuses have never been removed, and they won't be removed. But the balance of it has been somewhat a power struggle, and I don't know how it's going to play out. And I'm the chair. I'm neutral. I don't take one side or the other. In fact, their vote will make the determination. How they voted down or voted up. And it's not anything that I have introduced. And the bylaw that they have was presented before I came there. This is bylaws from the last administration.
But you don't have an opinion about what would be fair regarding the caucuses,
Well, it would be based on numbers. It would be based on the voting percentages in the electorate. But the bylaws were skewed, just for the public information, to reduce the vote of blacks in the party. That's why it was a power struggle. Blacks in Alabama negotiated our voting representation based on our voting participation due to the history of racism in Alabama with the Federal Justice Department. And if you check that, you will find that is true. but they had reduced the number of blacks on that committee to keep blacks from becoming coming into a power in on that specific committee. And of course, a professional said that we're 71% of the party, voters of the party. So it's a matter of numbers, it's a power struggle. And you can't hardly find a black person that's not voting Democrat. You wouldn't have a Democratic Party if it wasn't for black folks.
Right, certainly. One common criticism of the party from some of its own voters has been a lack of presence since August, since you took over. Absence from the conversation in the media, on social media, or in people's email inboxes. I think that there are a lot of criticisms that I would have of the last administration. I think having 15 people full-time on payroll for years, I don't think that we saw, I frankly, I don't think that we saw the benefits of that. The people of Alabama, working people of Alabama, I don't think that we saw the benefits of having 15 full-time staffers for the Democratic Party. But one thing that they did was they had an active social media presence. They sent emails fairly regularly. And since taking office, that has come to a screeching halt. I don't believe that the party has posted anything on social media since then. I don't think there's been any press releases or anything like that, any press conferences. Why is that? Do you think that that's good? Do you think, are you like, is that a purposeful step to take a step back from the public eye while you regroup? Or, do you not think that Democrats should be out there right now? Or, just what is your response to the criticism of the party being absent?
I think the social media issue is relevant, and I'm all for that. But they had staff people for that. And I just got through telling you we have a skeleton crew right now as far as staff is concerned. And we don't even have an executive director. So we're in the process of trying to hire some people, but they're not going to work for peanuts. And if you give them peanuts, you're not going to get anything but monkeys. So that takes time to hire a good staff, because it's easier to hire than it is to hire somebody and fire them. Mm-hmm. So we're taking our time. Like I say, in the short period of time I couldn't have done what they expect. And the expectation for me, and I don't mind criticism. I love criticism, because being in leadership for a long time, you get immune to criticism. But I love criticism, and I love feedback. And everybody that has called me that I know of, I have responded to them.
And I think that's a good attitude to have to criticism. There have been some people that have volunteered to run the accounts on a volunteer basis. I think that Eisner is one of the people that did. I think that there's been other people on the executive committee that have been willing to run it on a volunteer basis. And is your opinion that the social media accounts should be run by full-time staff as opposed to volunteers?
Well, we will decide who's the best person to run that. And I am not comfortable with Eisner running that. She got a position as vice chair, and because I've seen some of the stuff that she sent. And let me share another thing about Ms. Eisner, is she ran for chair in the last administration. She lost chair, and from my understanding, she fell out on the floor and started screaming. And I'm not saying that just to say that. This is what they tell me. So I'm really concerned about who operates the social media, because you're sending messages out from the party, and we're trying to put the party in the best light and the best image.
I think that's certainly important to. That's a talk that I've had with people about union Twitter accounts, actually, about social media discipline. that I think that's important.
I'm not gonna let one of the toddlers of my church drive me to Washington D.C., fly me to Washington D.C. in an airplane. And even though I love that ham sandwich out of children. So we want the right person in social media. We want the right person as the executive director of the party.
So, we talked about candidate recruitment. There were candidates that in some of the races. Do you feel like those candidates across the state got the support and the guidance that they needed from the state party before you were elected and then after you were elected? I don't know if you can comment about the support that they received before, but you can certainly comment to the extent that they received support after. Do you feel like they got the guidance and the support that they needed from the state party to be able to run successful campaigns?
Well, they got the guidance, those that asked me, the best guidance that I could give them. And also, I personally hosted forums so that the public could be informed about what they stood for, make sure they was visible. And a lot of them came to my church, even libertarians came here. And we provided platforms for them. And so I don't know of anything else that we could have done for them. Now, as far as finances is concerned, in the Democratic Party, you have two funds. You have a federal fund and a non-federal fund. The federal fund basically is used for salaries, but non-federal is flexible. And what we did with the non-federal, some of that is we help with ballots, guide ballots. And the reason for that, the Alabama Democratic Conference is in all 67 of Alabama counties. And folks, a lot of them will not vote because they've been conditioned and they've trusted in the leaders in those specific areas to vote by that ballot. And we encouraged all of them to vote straight Democrat. And if the truth is known, that many of them got as many votes as they did because they voted straight Democrat.
I think that, you spoke about, some of your plans to build a working class majority, hitting some of these issues where Republicans are clearly out of step with the average working Alabamian, wanting to cut Social Security, wanting to cut Medicaid, wanting to cut taxes for the rich while continuing, grocery taxes on the poor. I think that these are all, I don't think that you mentioned that last one, but I feel comfortable, I think that it's a safe assumption that you hold the position that the grocery tax is wrong as well. But, shifting to, as a union radio show, shifting to the Democrat Party's orientation to labor.
And let me interject this before you get off labor. I'm a former union representative. I work for Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company.
Okay.
And also I work now with a group that's organizing unions. And we have periodic Zoom calls. So I'm very much pro-union.
Well, that is,
That's good to hear.
That's good to hear. And so are we going to see, under Randy Kelly's Democratic Party, are we going to see, a recommitment to organized labor with a real intention to support unions, those who are organizing unions and stuff like that? We've seen several big labor actions going on in the state right now. Coal miners are on strike. Paper mill workers are locked out. Starbucks and Amazon workers are organizing unions. Longshore workers got near a strike down in Mobile. And all of that is actually... That has all been since you've been chair, right? So we've got a lot of stuff happening right now. So what have you and the party been doing to support these workers and since you've become chair, and what is your plan to support these workers moving forward?
Oh, well, I had no connection with them. None of them had contacted me about it. I intend, at least of all, develop a relationship with them. We have Darrell Turner's son, who was an official in the labor union. He's over that for the Democratic Party. And I think he's going to play a great role in working with those unions. But any way that I can help them, I'm certainly going to do that. In fact, I have worked to try to organize unions in hospitals and plants and everywhere else. Yeah, in fact, if it wasn't for the union, I wouldn't be getting a retirement check from a Goodyear Tire Rubber Company, and we wouldn't be getting the wages that we have. and the benefits, the health benefits, and all these things. So yeah, I'm 100% behind the union, but a lot of times, you know, it's a matter of you know, working together, networking, and of course, I know you do understand we have a lot of things that we're challenged with, particularly as the chair, many things to do, and so, but if I can assist in any way in anything, I certainly will.
Do you
Right
have
now,
any-
we're working with educators in the school. I had a meeting here at this church with some people from the Desegregation Advisory Committee. So we're going to be working with the educators and building bridges there. And as I was sharing, I'm not going to be able to do it. Didn't think I was going to do anything miraculous within the short period of time that I was in there. And even in that one time, it was 14 days before I was, over 14 days before I was even able to get in the office, because we had a employee that had COVID. So yeah, my one time has not been a long time to deal with. And then trying to put together a convention and multiple other things and meetings. But then too, a lot of things that I'm doing now, I wouldn't have to do if we, you know, had the staff in place.
So we're going to be wrapping up here, and so I just want to alert folks. I've tried to, folks that are listening in the YouTube chat, I've tried to incorporate most of your questions into our conversation. But if there's anything that you feel that really hasn't been asked, then now's the time to put a question in the chat for Reverend Kelly. And so, you know, as some of the last couple of questions. 60 some odd % of Alabamians didn't vote last week. What is your message to those folks?
Well, that's a hard problem. I don't know why they're not voting. I guess they're not really seeing a return for the vote. I think we got to work both sides of the street. Not only are we going to have to work to build our party, but even those whom we have elected, we need to keep them accountable for our community. And a lot of times people elect people and they don't see them again to 4 more years when they come and give them a chicken dinner and something to vote for them and what have you. But in the meantime, we got to have some community forums and bring these people in and make them accountable. When I was elected official, I had district meetings where I would come in the district and keep people informed. And here I've seen that noticeably absent, particularly in North Alabama. And that's something that we got to get back to. We got to have some accountability.
And if folks do want to get involved, what can they do? How should they do it? What kind of volunteer needs does the party have? Does the party facilitate trainings online, in person, stuff like that? If there are people that are out there and that are listening that do want to lend time and money to the party, where do they need to go?
Well, they could call me or contact the secretary of the party, and I could give my number. You have my number, or either call the office, and my secretary will give that information to us.
Okay, we got a couple more questions in the chat. And how does Chair Kelly intend to support the youth? As he said, it's important for recruitment. Will he accept our email list of youth members and communicate with us? This is presumably from somebody involved in the youth caucus.
I would love to. I'm very passionate about working with young people and any way I can help them. And then also, I'm concerned about not followers, but leaders, making leaders, empowering them. And you said something that I share quite a bit, but in a different way. I believe in having a dialogue rather than a monologue. I want to hear what they have to say. And my job is to empower them and make them successful and make them visible. That's what I see my role is, empowering others. I think good leaders make other leaders, and I try my best to do that.
If they don't have access to the party website / socials, are they setting up parallel structures like a new website, new social media, or is there still effort to get those passwords or something?
It's good efforts to get the password. We got some folks working on it, but I have called the associate regional chair. I thought he was going to come up with it, but he was unable to do it. We still got some people working on it, but that's a DNC website. That's not just an ordinary, everyday Rudy Poop website.
Gotcha.
If it was, we would have been changed it.
Gotcha. All right. Well, Adam, do you have any other questions for the chairman?
I just wanted to ask if you had any parting words as we close this conversation.
My parting words is I thank you for inviting me, and both of you have good radio personalities, and I have enjoyed your questions, and I basically wish we had more interaction from the listeners, because I kind of feed on that feedback. I'm energized by it. So, but you can invite me anytime. I'll be happy to come on and deal with whatever topic you want me to deal with.
We'll hold you to that now. We'll hold you to it.
I have your number, so I'll give you a call if we want to bring you on. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Have a vacancy for a talk show host there. Just put me on the waiting list.
All right. Sounds when good. Jacob kicks me off the air, we'll call you up.
I don't have any education, no experience, a good reputation, but I want to be treated fairly like everybody else.
All right.
Gotcha. Well, thanks for your time.
Thanks for your time. I appreciate it. So let's talk about this. This is kind of the elephant in the room here. That is the latest from the Warrior Met strike. Probably, one of the biggest stories for us here in our neck of the woods in a while. And the news is that the UMWA, the United Mine Workers of America, has sent an offer of unconditional return to work to Warrior Met Coal. And I've got a lot to say about it, and I have a lot of thoughts, and I have a lot of feelings. I have lots of feelings. And, I don't know even how to say all of it necessarily, but so... I figured the best thing to do is just kind of start with some of the mechanics and logistics as far as we know, and talk about what's next for the miners. We're going to do a little bit of how this happened, a little bit of recap, and a little bit of how this happened, how it is that the union has felt like the union feels like they've been pushed into a situation where it is necessary to conduct a what is, I think, most optimistically described as a tactical retreat. I think that would be the most optimistic way you could describe that. So an unconditional return to work. What does that mean? Well, friend of the show, Luis Felice Leon, shared an old Labor Notes article from 2006 by Robert Schwartz titled "Returning to Work with an Inside Campaign." That I think is really helpful in figuring out, like, mechanically and logistically what the law says and what the state of play is at the moment. And so, reading from this article, after an unconditional return to work, it is actually illegal to hire permanent replacements or to award permanent status to temporaries after the offer is received. There are only two lawful responses to a union return to work offer. That is acceptance or lockout. Any other response starts the back pay check clock for each striker entitled to reinstatement. If the employer accepts the offer, it must set a prompt reporting date for strikers whose positions are vacant or filled by temporaries. In an unfair labor practice strike, it also must displace permanent replacements, but this almost always requires NLRB intervention. If the employer initiates a lockout, either immediately or as a reaction to the union's inside activities, the employer will face several problems. One, it will not be able to hire additional permanent replacements. And two, if the employer has committed ULPs, unfair labor practices, such as making unilateral changes, insisting on non-mandatory bargaining subjects, or refusing to supply the union with relevant information, the NLRB can declare the lockout illegal and order the employer to reinstate workers with back wages. When strikers return to work under an unconditional offer, the employer must resume the wages, benefits, and privileges in the expired collective bargaining agreement, except for changes that the employer has lawfully imposed after a bargaining impasse. So, so that's some interesting stuff there. And I definitely trust the legal analysis of Robert Schwartz. He's a very good resource. Again, that article is a 2006 article from Labor Notes titled "Returning to Work with an Inside Campaign." And we also know that this is an unfair labor practices strike at Warrior Met Coal, meaning that while the workers do have, economic bargaining concerns, right, the strike is legally built on illegal actions by the company, such as bad faith bargaining. And when workers strike in response to violation of labor law, as opposed to striking strictly over economics, their jobs are protected, meaning that they may not be permanently replaced. Under a conservative originalist reading of the National Labor Relations Act, their jobs would always be protected when they go out on strike, because the National Labor Relations Act prohibits you from firing workers for striking. But activist conservative judges on the judiciary have created out of whole cloth what is termed the McKay Doctrine, which states that you can permanently replace striking workers, which is somehow different than firing them. Legal fiction. Completely legal fiction. Warrior Met hasn't responded yet, which is a bit eerie for me. And we don't know what tack they're going to take, but we'll definitely keep you updated. We'll talk about this. I'm presumably Warrior Met is going to respond by next week, and so we'll tell you what. We'll give you the updates next week. I don't understand. It's just really it's a really sad situation. And there's some folks in the chat that are saying, our leaders, we surrender. And there are times that a surrender is the best option, right? I mean, there are times when there's just not anything else you can do. Your employer is too powerful of an opponent at the time, and the best thing for the workers is for them to be able to get back on the job and be able to earn a paycheck and prepare for the next battle, right? You don't working people, Connor Lewis mentioned on Twitter that sometimes working people lose, right? So working people fight, and sometimes we lose, and that's just what happens. And so the decision at this point to return to work, I'm not necessarily prepared to totally condemn as a betrayal of the strike, just because sometimes you lose, and it's you need to I guess need to know when to fold, I guess, right? Even though it's sad, right? It's sad, and maybe it's not the best decision. Maybe I'm open to saying that it's not the best decision, and there were other ways, and there were ways that they could have made the strike effective while people were out on strike. I'm open to that, but I don't know that it's just a total to return to work. I don't know that that's a total betrayal, right?
Well, as you mentioned earlier, I think you could describe this as a tactical retreat, and you laid out some of the options that could come into play depending on how Warrior Met responds.
Mm-hmm.
Right, this could transition to a lockout, which would change the nature of the fight. But yeah, I want to echo your comments there that, right now on February 18th, can I say, 100% how I feel about these decisions? No, I can't. I imagine people with more experience than me and greater wisdom than me in this labor movement will have plenty of hot takes and analysis and, debriefs on this. I'm not a member of UMWA. I'm not a coal miner. So I am just speaking as someone from the outside who has nothing but love and solidarity for these sisters and brothers and respect for, what has been a righteous struggle against very, very long odds for quite a long time now. So I know you're going to get a little bit into the background of how we got to this point and why this strike occurred in the first place. But I wanted to mention that there's plenty of room for debate on strategy and tactics. And I think as members of this labor movement, we should be able to do that, right? With some respect for each other and an understanding that we're not always going to agree. But if we're all in this for working people, we're going to have to make tough decisions, and they're not always going to work.
Right.
And that's just, some of my initial thoughts there before we dive back into the background.
Yeah. David asked in the chat, has the NLRB actually ruled that a ULP has taken place, or is the UMWA just claiming that? And I'm not totally sure, but the UMWA has always maintained that this is a ULP strike. So at least we can say that the NLRB has not said that a ULP has not taken place. Right, because because the UMWA wouldn't be able to claim that this is a ULP strike if the NLRB had shot that down. So
right,
so it's at least still an open question. And Warrior Met has not announced a plan to make these people permanent replacements. Right. I mean, there's never been any indication from Warrior Met, any press release or anything saying that, okay, we're going to begin permanently replacing these people. So I mean, as I understand it, these people have always been temporary replacements, and so then at the time that letter was received, these people should theoretically be able to get back to work. The letter was for them to be will be able. The letter was saying that they'll return to work on the 2nd of March. And so theoretically, these people are going to be able to get back to work as they continue to negotiate as they continue negotiations for the contract. So, somebody else mentioned in the chat. I'm ambivalent on this. Maybe the material conditions with the ranking file has reached a breaking point. Maybe that's the case. I do know that there wasn't a vote taken to send this, and I think that's a mistake. I would disagree with that. I would think that the people on strike should be able to vote on whether or not they want to continue the strike. And if they want to continue the strike, then it seems to me that there would necessitate like a need to change the strategy somehow, right? And then somebody else in the chat says, every union buster will talk about that 23-month strike that accomplished nothing. And yeah, definitely, that's the, and that's the case. And like I said, sometimes working people lose. Sometimes a righteous fight is lost, and that's just the way of the world, right? But that working people lost this fight does not mean that working people shouldn't fight, because we can also look and see the fights that working people have won, and we can also see the righteousness of their fight, and we can see ways that it could have turned out differently. And we'll just talk about, how a lot of this is just happenstance because of the market, and we'll get into that later. But yeah, somebody else replied, union busters will say anything at all. And to be honest, Southern fossil fuel union workers are not mentioned much at all by union busters, especially in retail union fights. Yeah. Although these are not fossil fuel workers, but understand the point. David also mentioned in the chat that a surrender was the best option 3 months in, and maybe that's the critique, is that they just that this just went on too long, and there wasn't enough that there wasn't enough analysis about do we have the power to win this struggle?
Right. What was the theory of change?
Right.
Initially, what was the theory of change within 3 months in? Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of those questions that I think are fair to ask and are going to be asked by the members as well as allies and supporters.
Yeah, and David also replies to the fellow saying that everybody's going to be talking about the 23-month strike that accomplished nothing. David says we did the same thing in '95 for a 3-month strike, and we still hear about it today. We did the same thing. We returned to work unconditionally after a 3-month strike, and like this didn't win anything, and we still hear about it today. It's important to be honest early, and that's the failure of leadership and planning. I think that makes sense. So we also wanted to remind folks, that it is just the case that Warrior Met caused the strike, right? That's just the fact of the matter. This has been going on so long, and in many of the updates, you don't get the full background, and that's all understandable, and we're not even going to be able to go into everything now, but the big picture is that in 2015, Walter Energy, which is what this company was called back then, they went bankrupt. And as the UMWA president, Cecil Roberts, said in a testimony before Congress, he reminded folks that it was the people at the top of the company that made the decisions that caused the bankruptcy more than anybody else. Nobody asks coal miners about how to make investment decisions. Nobody asks coal miners about priorities for the business. Nobody asks coal miners even whether they ought to hire more coal miners, right? One of the things that people will say, and I'm not convinced that this is the case here, but one of the things that people will say is, oh, well, they got too greedy and there's too many people making too much money. They don't even get that decision. It's the decision of the bosses whether they hire more people or not, right? That's the whole thing. And yet, when Walter Energy went bankrupt, it was the miners who were temporarily out of work. The leeches at the top stayed rich. And this is made all the more insidious because there's every reason to believe that this bankruptcy, like so many in the coal industry, was not the unfortunate result of decisions made in good faith by enterprising businessmen, but a purposeful decision meant to shed them of their obligations to the workers, which is what happened. Because basically, after Walter Energy went bankrupt, magically, because of the bankruptcy laws in this country that were the subject of the hearing in D.C., where Tommy Tuberville read from company press releases, because of the bankruptcy laws, Walter Energy no longer had a legal obligation to continue paying retirement or anything at all to the former employees. They had no obligation to negotiate with the union that the workers had voted for. They had no obligation to do anything. Somehow, just by magic, all of their obligations disappear, right? All of their obligations to people who sacrificed their entire life to the company. 60, 70, 80-year-old people who spent 30, 40, 50 years in the mines. They're not owed anything. Magic. It's all gone. And while the leeches kept their spot at the top, sucking the value out of the people that, that actually do the work, right? I mean, in the most literal sense of the word, the CEO of Warrior Met is the same as the CEO of Walter Energy, Walter Scheller. Many of the board members are the same too. The people who under the, the capitalist idea of bankruptcy, the people who made the wrong decisions, they're still at the top. They haven't faced any repercussions, professional, personal, financial, anything, for sending this company into bankruptcy. And so in order to save the retirees' pensions and in order to maintain the representation status of the union and in order to save the company from the, in all likelihood, purposeful destruction of its profitability by Walter Scheller, the workers took huge concessions in 2016. They took a $6 an hour pay cut. They took a 20% cut to their health care. They took retirement cuts. They accepted more stringent attendance requirements. Requirements that are so stringent that if you are late to work 4 times, you lose your job. And that's whether or not anything reasonable happens. You get in a car crash, somebody wrecks into you, a drunk driver wrecks you, that's one of your absences. Hope it doesn't happen 3 more times in the year. Hope you don't have 3 more times in a whole year where something happens and you're late to work. Otherwise, you might be out of a job. That's one of the things that they accepted. Mandatory overtime. People working 6-7-day weeks, 12 hours a day. These are the things that they accepted that workers sacrificed to save the company. While the people at the top actually responsible for the decisions got raises, made more money, millions of dollars a year. These freaks in the board offices kept their jobs, and as far as I can tell, no sacrifices, nothing, nada. And so in 2021, 5 years later, when the contract expires, the workers wanted to get back what they gave up to save the company. They said, look, the company's profitable. We did our part. We saved you. Now we want what we gave up back. We at least want some improvements from where we are. We can't take more concessions. How can you possibly expect workers to take less in an environment where their company is making record profits, where the CEO is getting huge raises? How can you expect workers to accept that? But that's what Warrior Med expected them to do. They put a contract on the table with more concessions, including an effective pay cut with $1 an hour, which was $1 an hour raise over the term of the contract, which was 4 or 5 years. $1 an hour over the life of the contract. And so the workers decided to strike. They voted down the contracts by more than 95%, and the company hasn't come back with a single offer any different than the first one. And it's not because they can't afford it. They've explicitly said as much during bargaining sessions. And they're giving the scabs $2,000 a month more than they're offering the union. So they clearly have money to be able to move in their position. They're just not. So,
Which, how is that not bad faith bargaining, right?
Yeah.
There again, which I know this is a theme of this struggle, is the broken labor laws in this country.
Yeah, it's just absolutely insane. So, look, the fight is clearly a righteous one. There are unambiguous good guys, coal miners, who work, who produce something of value, who produce something that makes the world better. And then there are unambiguous bad guys, leeches who do nothing but own. I mean, some people have this conception of business owners and they produce and they work too just as hard as the workers do. And some bosses work, some bosses perform labor. Sure, I guess. But what do these people do? They just decide where to put money. It's nonsense. And they're asking these people to give up money while they take more. Unambiguous good guys and unambiguous bad guys. And sometimes the bad guys win, right? Sometimes the bad guys win. Hayden's in the chat. Good morning, brothers and sisters. Thank you all for the support for us during the struggle. We appreciate, honored to be able to support. I will say from Hayden, I don't think the strike was for nothing. I hope we showed other workers not to be afraid to strike, not to be afraid to speak out against companies and equity groups exploiting them. David replied, agreed, we have to fight and we have to know when to stop. If we don't fight, we've already lost. That's definitely exactly right. So,
yeah,
Warrior Met has yet to even meet in person after requests to do so, some for a year. I mean, that's just, how is that not bad faith?
Right,
it's just
right,
it's
absolutely,
totally ridiculous.
Yeah, and I appreciate Hayden chiming in, and I would agree with that assessment. It's easy to, on the sidelines, say it was all for naught, but what was the alternative?
Right.
And what I know we're going to talk about later in the show, some of the commentary we've seen, and it's clear that there are some people who think that basically you should just lay down and take it. Right. Any fight is futile.
Right.
You should just accept what the elites and the bosses and the powerful do. You should accept it and just move on and not try to fight back and not try to resist. And, for me, that's never an acceptable answer.
Right.
That's not to say that every fight is a winner. That's not to say that every fight is even strategically wise, and that's separate from this particular context, but in general.
Right.
But, I think those of us who care about working people realize that the only way we've ever made life better in this country or around the world for working people is when we join together and when we organize and we build solidarity and we're able to fight back against those in power. So I have tremendous respect for all of the members who have been in this strike, and not just the members, but their families who have sacrificed. And I do hope that there are some positive things that come out of this separate from the contract. I think something we've talked about a lot on the show is the ways in which shared struggle can really build new relationships, change dynamics, within communities. And so, I think that's probably one of the things that's going to be reflected on, in the days and weeks and months ahead is the amount of solidarity that did take place.
Yeah.
And
yeah, definitely.
I think that's something that we also shouldn't forget is that for how much more could have been done, should have been done, and I have some pretty harsh feelings as well for some folks at the top of this administration at the White House, and we could get into all that, but separate from that, there were a lot of people around the country and around the world who were supportive of this struggle and are still supportive of this struggle, who have contributed financially, who have contributed their time, who have, spread the word. And I hope that as these, 23, 22 months have just simmered on, I hope that the brothers and sisters down there have seen that and heard that solidarity. And I hope that it gave some resolve to keep going.
Yeah.
You and I heard from a brother in the United Kingdom who was getting beat by Maggie Thatcher's riot
yeah.
cops in the 80s.
Who said he would have been here if it wasn't for, him
He's not allowed to leave the country.
He's not allowed to leave the country. Still because of that strike.
Right. I mean, and so, I think back to the Strike Fest event and the, like motley crew of folks that were there, just the very interesting assortment of folks who were there. And I think those were glimpses of what we can be at our best when we are able to cut across divisions and other barriers to join hands as working people for a righteous cause.
Yeah. And, Infinite Content in the chat says, sometimes a loss inspires others to take up the cause and get the long-term victory. And that's definitely right. You know, and I guess the next obvious, the obvious question is, how did this happen? How is it that, at the very least, the most optimistic thing, the good guys have been forced into a tactical retreat. And, well, unlike what, free market freaks are going to tell you, negotiations are not nearly as much about your worth as the power and the money you have on your side, and Warrior Met had a lot of it, as well as some good fortune. And I think the latter, the good fortune, is really, really a key thing to their to the way that they've been able to hold out during the strike, and that's that they have not felt the pinch that they might have felt otherwise because of the price of steel. Just a reminder, this is metallurgical coal, right? This is used in the production of steel. It is not energy coal. And so it is, directly tied to steel prices. Steel prices have skyrocketed, which has allowed them to record profits, even profits as much as before the strike, I think, which is just insane, because you can look at their financial reports and see that they are producing less than they used to, right? They're producing less than they used to, but they're making more profits. I think, they're only producing, 30, 40% of what they used to. It's like a fraction of what they did when they were at 100% capacity running with union coal miners. And yet they're making higher profits. And the reason for that is not because, some magic property of coal that was mined by scabs makes it more valuable. No, obviously not. It's because of the price of coal, or the price of metallurgical coal. The price of steel has gone up, skyrocketed. And so even though it is the case, it is factually the case that they've lost over $1 billion in unrealized revenue because of the strike, which is a lot of money. They haven't actually gone into debt for it. They haven't actually lost any money, which makes it difficult for them to move. Now, a purely somebody just motivated by making money, like BlackRock, they may say, well, you need to end the strike. And they did say you need to end the strike because look at all this money that we're losing. But if somebody can be contented with making millions of dollars instead of, tens of millions of dollars, as long as they can put these uppity workers in their place, right, then that's what Warrior Met seemed to be interested in doing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that's something that came out loud and clear throughout the struggle, is that Warrior Met was more interested in power and more interested in the ability to squash their workforce and to bust the union than they were just pure profits, right? I mean, the bottom line dollar amounts were not as important as the power. And that's not necessarily unique to Warrior Met. Unfortunately, it's been particularly egregious with them. And, they are a case study in corporate greed run amok in this country and what it's doing to communities across this country.
Yeah. And also, obviously, the law is stacked against workers. And
I'm sorry, before you get into the law, I did want to make sure we mention, and maybe you said this and I didn't hear you, but the metallurgical coal and the steel prices going up in some cases is connected to the broader energy crisis in Europe and across the world. And the miners couldn't predict that there was going to be war in Ukraine when it happened, and the way that has played out in the industry and how that has had ripple effects on into met coal, and because it's the war, it's the sanctions connected to the war. All of that has really disrupted the marketplace.
Right.
And so, Warrior Met has gotten lucky. Basically, they got lucky that the timing on this just happened to coincide with a spike in prices for them. Right. So that, the material factors here just made it that much harder.
And so, obviously another one of the factors that has led to this is the law. The law is stacked against working people. And one of the most obvious things is that workers are not allowed to conduct mass pickets anymore. Mass pickets that prohibit scabs from entering the mine, that eliminate production. Mass pickets that make production impossible are illegal. They used to be legal. They used to be legal in this country, but now they're illegal. And we talked about the whole history of how mass picketing was made illegal. But it's illegal now. And people will say that's fine. They'll say that's fine because the coal company has these property rights to, and so they should be able to do whatever, right? And that's so, I can't understand the thinking about that. Like, how do you gymnast your way, flip into this mindset that allows out-of-state billionaire investment groups to have more control over our resources than we do? Why shouldn't folks who have dedicated their entire lives to these mines, why should they not be able to stand at the gate and say, no, you can't mine this coal without agreeing to what we're asking for? You just can't do it. You can't do it. I'm an Alabamian. These are my mines. I've spent 30, 50 years in here. My granddaddy mined these mines. No. You can't. If we're not going down there, nobody can. Why shouldn't Alabamians have that right? Just because somebody has money? It's nonsense. It's totally insane. It's a totally insane way of thinking to allow these people, just because they have money, to screw over our people and tell us how we are going to mine the coal. It's insane. Totally insane. And then, even if we say, okay, look, it's illegal to mass picket, that's one thing, but it's another to have completely unreasonable penalties for breaking the law. Because sometimes you can look at the law and you say, look, it's worth breaking the law. I'm willing to take punishment for it. I'm willing to sit in jail for a few days. I'm willing to pay this small fine. Companies do this all the time. The law has been structured in such a way that when companies break the law, they do break the law as a matter of business and say, oh, well, look, the fine was only $20,000, and I'm going to be able to make $10 million in profit off of this. That's fine. I'll break the law and I'll pay the fine. Working people can't do that because they had injunctions placed on them that would put them in jail for years, give them felony charges, and have fines of $300,000 on people who break the injunction.
Just completely unreasonable. I mean,
totally
by
unreasonable.
Any standard.
Totally unreasonable. And the injunctions it's not even like the injunction are like, oh, you can't mass picket. You can't prevent people from coming into the mines. The injunctions said no picketing.
Right.
No picketing
You can't
at
have,
all for months.
You can't have a dozen people.
You can't have, there was like 2 or 3 months where you couldn't have anybody. It was illegal. You would have faced a fine of hundreds of thousands of dollars and jail time and a felony charge if you stood silently at the side of the road with a sign as scabs walked in and took your job. That's insane. That's insane. The law is broken. The law is broken. And then we've got our politicians who are going even above and beyond the law.
Now, these same politicians who want you to love the Constitution, right?
Love the Constitution.
The same Constitution that is supposed to guarantee you the right to freedom of assembly and freedom of speech.
Right, right. You know, we've got these politicians who are going above and beyond the law to support the company. You've got Kay Ivey, who is allowing her state troopers with our tax dollars, right? The public's money, theoretically, these people running around, with a license to kill, acting like they own the place, theoretically, they work for us, in some ultimate sense. They work for Alabamians, not for out-of-state international private equity groups, theoretically. But this strike showed that that's not the case. That's not the case. They do work for these international private equity firms, right? Because they were giving scabs emergency escorts. They were speeding these scabs, breaking the law to get these scabs to work faster. And when coal miners said, okay, we have an issue with that. We have an issue with that. We have an issue with you breaking the speed limit in our communities to get these dirty, rotten scabs to work. We've got an issue with that. And so what we're going to do, we're going to get in front of these scab escorts and just go the speed limit. We're just going to go the speed limit. I mean, how mild of a response. I'm just going to go the speed limit. And they got tickets. They were ticketed by enforcers of the law for going the speed limit in front of an emergency escort. Wicked, evil, these people. It's just bizarre. And Kay Ivey allowed that to happen. And we saw from Tim James's gubernatorial run that, there are things within the law that that a governor could do to support these workers. The governor has the ability to utilize state safety and environmental agencies to investigate the mines, right? And we've seen these scabs pollute the Warrior River near this mine. That didn't happen before the scabs came in. This river's at multiple times turned black in places. Scabs have been carried out in ambulances and helicopters because they messed up and hurt themselves. No safety investigations, no environmental investigations, nothing from the governor as these scabs are polluting our rivers and hurting themselves doing it. Nothing. No pressure from the governor on the company. In Tuberville, of course, staying silent, reading from company press releases as a Vermont senator, as a senator from Vermont, of all the people in this story, Bernie Sanders has the clearest way to say, this isn't my fight. This isn't, this is happening all the way literally across the country from me, from Vermont to Alabama. And he brings these people up to testify, Alabama coal miners to testify, and Tuberville reads from this international private equity firm's press release. And Joe Biden and Marty Walsh, supposedly the most pro-labor administration in the history of the United States. Nothing. And I even saw Marty Walsh down here in Birmingham when he was touting the administration's infrastructure law, whatever. I saw UMWA officials come up to him and talk to him. Ask him for support personally. I saw that happen in front of my eyes and nothing. I mean, lizard people. These people, they're all lizard people. I mean, I don't know how to explain it. It's just, I mean, I don't know. And, you know, of course, I also think that even within the bounds of the law, there was more that the union could have done. I mean, I think that there should have been more to engage the rail unions. You know, the rails for taking the scab coal, because I've been convinced that the Railway Labor Act allows for secondary strikes. I've been convinced of that. And it doesn't seem like there was certainly not any attempt to put public pressure on the international leadership of these rail unions to do more to support the strike. And I think that it just seems weird to me. You know, like if there were public calls to the Teamster president, Sean O'Brien, to do something about this, the Teamsters are who the international union that the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers and Trainmen are affiliated with, I don't see how Sean O'Brien couldn't respond. I don't see how that couldn't happen. They also did, you know, it just seemed to me that the membership was not engaged as much as they could be. And, you know, there just wasn't anything happening for most of the time. You know, there was a lot happening as far as mutual aid and supporting each other and all of this. But, you know, just not a lot to pressure the company. And, I offer those critiques knowing that I'm not a member of the UMWA. I offer those critiques knowing that I'm 26 years old, a young person. I offer those critiques knowing that I've never been in a strike, right? By the nature of my job, I will probably never be in a strike, right? And so, I offer all those critiques with that caveat and in a brotherly way and in good faith. And with a heavy heart, words can't, my heart just aches for the miners there. And my chest burns with anger at the people that are responsible for this. And I've been reading a couple of books about a paper strike that was lost in 1987 and 1988 in Jay, Maine. That's really fascinating, and I'd recommend people read the books. Julius Getman, and I want to get these people on. These authors are still alive. I want to get them on the show sometime. The books are fantastic. But Julius Getman's The Betrayal of Local 14, Paper Workers, Politics, and Permanent Replacements, and Peter Kellman's Divided We Fall, the story of the Paper Workers Union. I recommend folks read them. They're really good, and I can't help but see the similarities in this, because this was a long strike. It was called off after a year and a half, I think, or 2 years. And at the end of the strike, a striker wrote this letter that I think is a really good place to kind of wrap up for me anyway. I don't know if Adam is going to have anything else to say, but this was by Phil Edwards. He was a paper striker, member of the United Paper Workers International Union, who participated in the strike against international paper in Jay, Maine in 1987 and 1988. Phil Edwards. Brothers and sisters, family members, friends of labor. My father built bridges under fire in France in World War I, and my brother died in a B-17 over England in World War II. I landed on a beach in North Korea in 1950, and the country and the government were behind us in those days. But in 1987, in Jay, Maine, we had a war about corporate greed and the depredation of workers' rights. And where then was the government? And where then was the country? Did the governor of the state or the president of the United States stand up to corporate America? They did, in fact, encourage the pillaging of workers' hard-earned benefits. Where was the United States Congress? Where was the national media during our struggle? What does the International Executive Board think is the important issue here? Are they concerned that they will deplete their funds? I tell you, they should have been ready to sell everything they own to win this conflict. Are working people anywhere naive enough to think this is not their work? To those of you who helped, and your numbers are legion, I give my thanks, my most earnest and heartfelt thanks. But to those who did not, I would paraphrase John Donne. Ask not for whom the bell tolls, it tolls for thee. Sisters and brothers, I do not have the words to ease your pain on this sorry occasion. Each of you have given your time, your energy, and your personal fortune to advance the cause of labor during this dark age. History will record that you, like the embattled farmers at Concord Bridge, fired a shot heard round the world. Do not despair that the battle was lost along another front. Mark well that in this place you stood, shoulder to shoulder, faced the enemy, and did not flinch nor bow down. I have known some of you for most of the 30-odd years that I have worked at International Paper. I have found you to be honest tradesmen in the main tradition. Since the strike began, I have come to realize how much I value your friendship. I have seen lambs become lions and sparrows become eagles. From your ranks have emerged salesmen and lawyers, organizers and orators. You have been tempered into steel in the crucible of war, and you will never again be as you were before. I could not allow this moment to pass without telling you how proud my wife and I are to have soldiered with you.
All right, and that is, for real, going to wrap things up for us here on the Valley Labor Report. Thank you so much again for joining us, if indeed you did join us for this special pre-tape holiday episode. I have been your host, Joe Harrison, the faceless man behind the camera who usually does the graphics and the video editings and the like, for the first time ever in front of the microphone. Not in front of the camera, because I didn't have a camera that worked. But in front of the microphone. And it has been a thrill. It has been a ride. We have had some laughs. We have had some thrills, spills, laughs, and games, as they say. So thank you all so much for joining me today, and be sure to join us again next weekend for another look back at some great moments in the Valley Labor Report's history. I hope you all have a great remainder of the holiday season, if you are celebrating or not. Either way, I hope you have a great remainder of your year, and everybody, cross your various extremities and hope that perhaps, just perhaps, this Christmas, folks like Mr. Elon Musk or Mr. Jeff Bezos might indeed have their own little Christmas carol experience and wake up the next morn feeling generous and seeing the errors of their ways and deciding to help all of the tiniest of Timothys, and indeed to help our society become a better place for all of us, like for real. But either way, this gives me a thrill every time I have the opportunity to say it, which is only 2 times now in this show, but I will say it one last time. All power to the workers. Thank you for listening.